Snowboard Nation, we are at the 2025 Junior Nationals at Horseshoe Valley Resort, and today is our last day, and today is just a fun day. It is the banked slalom. All the athletes are going to get a chance to go and hit the slalom. It's not for a medal, it's for some prizes maybe, but mostly it's just for fun. And to let you know how much fun it is, our forerunners today are the Arena Snow Park designers. The people who actually built this course are going to be our forerunners, which is really fun. You can see Arena on their jersey. So they're going to go down, they're checking the timing system. Obviously everybody's going to be timed. You can see athletes waiting behind. I'm not sure who that is behind behind the goggles, but there they go, getting a fist pump from Mike Nizwoski. And here we go, first run, just trying out the bank slalom. So what this banked slalom actually is they've taken the SBX course and they've just made it into a simpler run so that riders, you can see, can come down and give it it's just, it's for fun. What will happen is that, again, these are the forerunners, but once the forerunners have finished, then the athletes will start going through, and what they will get is they will each get one run in the morning and one run in the afternoon. So a total of 2 runs, and whoever ends up on top will get some prizing. It's mostly for bragging rights. Here's another one of the designers from Arena Snow Park going out. I mean, they don't often get to ride their courses because it's for the athletes, but check them out. They're pretty decent on the course themselves. Looks like we got our first rider in the gate. Now, we are going to do our best to get their names up for you. We have about 100 athletes, and they're going to be coming fast and furious. Excuse me? Okay, I just heard from the booth that there's 220 athletes. That's how many people are on course. So it's good if you know your bib numbers at home to check it out. So this is our first run of the day. Again, it's the bank slalom. We've got some tunes playing at the top. It's just for fun. The riders did get a chance to inspect the course earlier, and so they know what they're doing. It's really amazing. It's obviously a tight course because it's only one person at a time. It's obviously not 4. But here, as I said, they're coming in fast and furious. We might not be able to get their names up for you, but we will do our best as we sort of put this together. This is just kind of our way of finishing off this amazing sort of Junior Nationals festival that we've been having here. It has been such a great week. All the disciplines represented. The athletes have had so much fun. We had a banquet last night, the medal ceremony banquet, and I'm telling you, it was so well attended from all across Canada. It was so much fun. We can see here one of our smaller riders, younger riders, getting a little help from another athlete. Getting the signal to drop in. And off. We have all ages here today. That's what's really fun. Again, as I was saying last night, we had this amazing banquet that if you're a registered athlete in any discipline, at the end of Junior Nationals, there's a big banquet, and it was so much fun last night, and it was so great to see everybody there, coaches, parents, athletes. It was such an amazing end to an amazing week, and then this is just our last day for fun, really. Arena Snow Park team, Ontario Snowboard team, Canada Snowboard team put all this together for fun, just so that the athletes can have their sort of last hurrah. It's going to be the end of the season for a lot of these younger athletes, and so it's just like, I mean, I just love it. Okay, look, we're starting to actually get some names up. It looks like we got Colin Hunter on course. We're going to do our best to get that information to you. So enjoy, and we'll keep you posted as we go along. Yeah, copy. Sure, yeah. All right, as you can see, athletes dropping in. That's bib 91. As I said, we've got over 200 athletes competing here today. So we need to drop them in pretty fast and furious. We're going to do our best to get their names up so you know exactly who you're watching up there. But we will, as I said, a little bit of a washout there in the final term. But okay, it looks like we've got some numbers here. Bib 38, Alex Schwab on course. Every rider gets 2 runs today, and then the best times will get some prizing, but mostly just bragging rights. It's been this amazing 2025 Junior Nationals, and this is our way of just kind of having a fun finish. It's amazing that we have over 200 athletes. Everybody wants to be a part of it. Stian Longbach, multi-medalist here, had such an incredible Junior Nationals, and I'm getting a fist pump there from Mike Nizwoski in the start gate. Stian just impressing us so much. Such an incredible athlete. All right, Matteo Vincitello in the on course. All right, up next is Bib 10. We don't have a number. We don't have a name coming up on Bib 10. There was a bunch of last-minute people who jumped in, and so some of them we don't know. So bear with us again. But athletes are looking good out there. All right, this is Bib 181, and you know what? I think this is a coach. The coaches are also jumping in on course, and I think that might be Will from Coach Will from Beaver Valley from Mixed Movements, if I'm not mistaken. He's a cross coach. I may be wrong, of course, but. That's what's fun about this bank slalom is that it's also an opportunity for the coaches to come out and compete, and which they obviously don't usually do. This is a great run. It really is all about fun. So, oh no, sorry, that was not him, but a very similar looking beard to Coach Will, but I'm not sure who that was. Hello, folks. It's Jay Ferguson here, back from Ontario Snowboard. We are here at the Banked Slalom, the grand finale of 2025 Junior Nationals. We're doing our best right now to to get you information on these athletes. The fact is that we have just sort of some bib issues. This is obviously a fun, exciting event, and so it just is taking us a little bit longer than normal to put together our bib numbers, because we had NORAMs going on, and some of these athletes were in NORAMs, and there's different bibs being worn. So I think that we had a couple of names up earlier that were not correct, so we apologize. But at least we get to see these athletes riding, having fun on this Banked Slalom. We're still here in the first run of the day. Again, just sending athletes down as they're ready to go, and having a chance to take a shot at this course. It has been such an amazing week here, Junior Nationals at Horseshoe Valley Resort. We're so appreciative and so happy to be here, and this is such a fun way to finish it off. So here we are at Horseshoe Valley Resort, Banked Slalom, grand finale. Just wanted to do a little shout out. Obviously, you're watching our athletes come down. Over 200 athletes out there today just for fun. It's a beautiful sunny day here. It's crisp. It's going to warm up over the day, so the second runs I'm sure will be a little bit slushier. But this is kind of our concluding broadcast, and as casual as this event is, I guess our broadcast has been a little bit casual as well. We just want to say a thank you to so many people, putting this together all week and bringing these athletes live across the world has been such a pleasure for us. We have this amazing team. We've got cameras obviously out on the mountain. We've got producers on tents. I mean, we literally have fishing tents on the side of the mountain with production offices in them with switching centers. We're running cables up and down the mountain, and we're putting it in every morning and taking it out every afternoon, and trying to bring you as much coverage as we possibly can. We think it's really important at Ontario Snowboard that these athletes get to be seen by the world. We're so proud of them. We're constantly amazed by their accomplishments, and we're an organization that is really athlete first. That's what we care about, and so we want to show them off to the world, and that's why we're out here. And we have this amazing team. Horseshoe Valley Resort has hosted the bulk of the events. We had one great, our half pipe was at Alpine Snowboard Club, which we are so appreciative of. But the fact is that Horseshoe Valley Resort has decided to take us on. They gave us the entire week. They gave us their facilities, and they gave us their support. I'm so appreciative here. We have all week been treated so well. We have a sled crew because we have a lot of equipment coming up and on and off the mountain all day long, led by Todd Sauvé, who has just been an important part of our team here, making it wouldn't be happening if it wasn't for him and his guys, Cam and Matt, who are up early every morning and working late every day to make it so that we can get into position to do this. It's not easy broadcasting from the side of a mountain on 2,000 foot long courses. So thanks so much to them. Thanks so much to all the organizers. It has been an unbelievable week, and it has taken months and months and months to put this together so that everything can run on time and smoothly, and it really has. From the banquet to all the events, we also, apart from Junior Nationals, we stuck a couple of NORAMs in there as well, the SBX and the slopestyle NORAMs, and with competitors from all over the world. So it has just been an amazingly packed, busy week. We were broadcasting essentially one event a day for the most part, except the Rail Jam was the second broadcast that day, and the parade last night. But really, it's been mostly one event a day, so there are doubling up on events, and so sometimes we couldn't get them all. But we really tried to get as many as we could. We got a wave to the camera there. It really is important to us that these athletes are appreciated and get their due. And I got to be honest, to me, it's like I'm hoping there's some grandparents out there watching. We know that there's a lot of grandparents watching, and if you are, you can chime in and drop a little hello to us in the YouTube comments. But we love that you get to see your kids from another part of the world while they're doing these incredible things. It's we hate for you to miss it. This year, the 2025 Junior Nationals, which were mostly at Horseshoe Valley Resort, it's not far out of Barrie, Ontario. It's a great spot to come and check out. Obviously, there's lots of hills open here. There's an opportunity. If you could come in the future, I highly recommend it because your athletes can be competing and you can actually be out skiing and snowboarding as well too, which is really fantastic. I want to say a special thanks to Canada Snowboard and Sport Canada, as well as the Government of Ontario, because their support really allows us to host these level of events. I mean, these are really high level events, and their support is allowing us to put our athletes onto world-class courses, and that just improves obviously their riding and it sets them up for success on the world stage. We want to thank Corbett Ski and Snowboard and King Snow for their support. They're longtime sponsors. As we said, the forerunners, if you're tuned in earlier on, were some of our designers from Arena Snow Parks. The Arena Snow Parks folks, to me, are artists. They go out there. They built the SBX course for the NORAM and for the Junior Nationals that we had going earlier in the week, and they made it into the bank slalom for fun. They build World Cup courses. They are the best in the world, and we're so lucky to have them, and I'm just so appreciative. Ontario Snowboard is so appreciative to have them here. finally, and really so importantly, is Horseshoe Valley Resort. They have an amazing facility here, and we just can't say enough. Here we got the bank slalom today happening on Ponytail. We were over in the Outlaw Terrain Park for the freestyle, and I think I'm trying to remember, our slalom was on Flying Mare, I think. Anyways, you can come and you can ride these courses whenever you want. It's an amazing facility here. We love staying at the hotel. We love the support of everybody here. It's really a fabulous place to be. We're doing our best to get the names of the riders up. It's, like I said, there's over 200 riders, so it's a little bit chaotic. We don't know who's coming into the gate or when, but continue to enjoy these first runs. I know that the riders are having a blast out there. Okay, so as you continue to watch our athletes head down the bank slalom, I just got a knock on my door here, and I am extremely thrilled who was there when I answered, and it's Mark Fawcett, a two-time Olympian snowboarder and national coach. I mean, we can't have a possibly higher level person in the booth here. Thank you, Mark, for dropping by.
No problem.
It
looked cozy and warm in here. So.
Did you do a run? I see you got a bib on.
Oh yeah, I did a run.
So you've done a run already today?
A bunch of the little kids snaked a few of us that were waiting in line. And that's how it goes. But did a run. It's a great course. I love bank slalom, and again, the arena snow parks guys.
Can you believe these guys
crushed it? And turning this from what was like a really intricate border cross course into a bank slalom overnight, like unbelievable.
I'm telling you, and I've been saying this, and I'm sure the viewers who have been watching over the week are probably sick of hearing me say this, but they're artists. Like, they have these giant machines, and they're doing these subtle things in the snow. Like, I mean, it must be so amazing to go out there and be able to ride that.
It's incredible, and we're thankful, because back in the day, we didn't have such courses. We tried,
right?
But we did not have such machines and skillful people, and we didn't even really have the support often from the resort areas. And so it's great. Horseshoe, super supportive of snowboarding and snowboard competition. We're really thankful for that. Jonathan Reed, who's the manager here, and he used to train on my pro team back in the day, in the 90s. and his nickname was Johnny Ontario.
Johnny Ontario. I love that. What a great
Well, it
name.
was the Johnny Utah thing.
Yeah.
We went with Johnny Ontario, and he got given the gears quite a bit.
Yeah, I bet. All right. Yeah, now he's running things now. He's,
Yeah.
It's a big deal. That's great. Well, so now look, you were saying to me that you have some knowledge on the history of bank slalom. So, like, take us through that. I mean, I don't know this.
Well, back in the 80s, the boards were, the technology of the boards way off of what we have now. They were not very user-friendly. They worked well in the powder. That was about it. And any sort of assistance you could have to help the board turn was fantastic. So at Mount Baker, which was one of the earlier mountain resorts to allow snowboarding in the mid-80s, they have a natural gully, pretty similar to what we're seeing here, actually. And they'd even called it the natural half pipe. It was, it was pretty high up on the walls that went up pretty high on either side. And they figured, that there's no better place to have a snowboard race than here, because the banks will help the board turn, and we have that more skateboardy feel to it. And there's obviously a lot of crossover between skateboarding and snowboarding, especially back then. So they're like, okay, we'll do this event. We'll call it the Banked Slalom. And the first one happened in 1987, I believe. So they're coming up on their 40th now. They've had to miss a few seasons for weather and such. But the course was set by the riders back then, which was really interesting. And the first winner was Tom Sims from Sims Snowboards, and names like Sean Palmer and Craig Kelly and Terry Kidwell, they were all there for that. Bob Klein. They had just figured out to remove the fins off the bottoms of their snowboards.
Oh, wow.
Which were, of course, they're in there for some traction and powder and really soft snow. So that was the birth of bank slalom happened at Mount Baker. It's to date still the most prestigious bank slalom to win. And then people always ask, well, what's with the duct tape? Anytime you see a post or something I won duct tape. What's with that? The trophies are a roll of duct tape, mounted and spray painted gold and such. They're pretty sweet looking now, of course. But back at that original one, they threw this contest together. They had no prizing. And someone jumped up for the podium. I think it was Tom or something. Yeah, the winner. And they're like, "What do you win?" And one of the workers there at Baker had a roll of duct tape in his pocket. And he just threw it at Tom. Here's first place, and he caught it, and it was a roll of duct tape. And then ever since, it's been duct tape trophies.
That is amazing. That is such a great story. I did not know any of that. So this is, you're hearing the voice of Mark Fawcett, two-time Canadian snowboarding Olympian and coach of the national team, and he has joined us in the booth, and he has just given us an amazing tale of the history of this. One of the things I just love about this sport, I love this sport, and one of the things I love about it really is that kind of casual mentality, but and I don't want to use the word chill, because I think that gets a little too much, because the fact is you're an Olympian and you had to get to the Olympics, and I watch these athletes take it super seriously, and these are as serious a group of people I've ever seen in my life, and they train as hard as anybody else, but there is a kind of a kindness or something that I think we don't find in a lot of other sports. There's a real genuine love, the athletes I find in this sport cheer for each other. You know what I mean? And you've been in this sport a long time. Am I wrong? In that interpretation?
No, not at all. And I believe that's a cultural history. When we all started snowboard, when we old guys that have a gray beard like myself, when we started snowboarding in the 80s, there were very few of us. It was rare that you could find a ski area that would let you do it. If you saw another snowboarder on the hill, you waited and stopped for them and talked to them, and you knew their name in the first 4 sentences, and you rode together and you bonded, and that kind of stuck. And through the 80s, even into the early 90s, you saw a snowboarder you wanted to ride together. We were the outlaws. We were the outcasts almost from the ski norm. So you know,
Yeah,
sort of
it's-
finding
it's-
that commonality
Yeah.
was what created the culture. And also, you know, I got to hand it to skateboarding was really similar. You know, super inclusive in skateboarding, and like, again, like the sort of the society's outcasts or whatever, and we bonded together. I mean, I don't want to say like gang mentality, but kind of, but in a really kind way. And we shared that love for, you know, sliding sideways. And it, again, it's just, you know, now we're 40 years on, and it still exists culturally. So I'm really thankful to be part of that community, and a lot of us that, you know, we've put our lives into this sport.
Yeah, it's really amazing. So just out there, if you're just tuning in or listening in, we're in the first run of the bank slalom here, sort of the grand finale, the fun grand finale of Junior Nationals here at Horseshoe Valley Resort, and really lucky to have Mark Fawcett in the booth here with me to chat about it. You know, I find the history of the sport is extremely interesting, and you know, I'm glad you brought it up. You know, I look back as I gotten close to the sport, and just the story, the Sean Palmer stories, the Lindsay Jacobellis's, the, you know, going back deep into the border cross world. I guess I'm talking about because we're here with Banks at the Bank Slalom, but it's like and you were part of that too. This sort of pioneering this sport, and amazing because it was a bit of an outlaw sport at the beginning. I mean, it was like it was rough and tumble, right?
And they marketed it that way too.
Right.
They embraced that, and
yeah. And I think that's so. It's like, you know, you still there's a still generation of skiers out there cursing snowboarders. Of course, it'll always be there. But the truth is that what amazes me is that like, I mean, again, like, while it's a kind sport, these athletes are so serious. They're so. I mean, you're a national coach. I mean, you must be seeing a level, and plus you competed at the Olympics, so you went through it yourself. But the amount of discipline and dedication and devotion, and like how much of your life you give up for doing that, I mean, it's phenomenal.
I mean, it is. We've made a bit of a paradigm shift to high performance, which is, you know, the relentless pursuit of excellence. I'm more intrigued of what's possible on a snowboard than what your placing is. So, and I think, again, that's embraced within the cultures. You just want to, like, what can we do on these things, on these devices? Like, how much faster can we push them? How much higher can we jump? How many more times can we spin? And that's what I think a lot of us feel what's so exciting about it. Versus, oh, first, second, third, oh, I'm fifth. And there's so much to, like, there's aspects of it, you know, the physicality is now increased. Like, Elliot Groindin, like, he's a beast. He is so powerful. It's insane. And the amount of training it takes for him. So that's like the physiological pillar. Technical, you know, the tech and the boards and the equipment, and I'm a total board nerd. So, like, that's incredible. And, you know, we just pour our passion into, like, each and every aspect of the, like, high performance pillars and see what we can accomplish.
Yeah, it really is amazing. It's like, and it does feel like there's just constant evolution, right? Like, it's just like things are evolving and people are pushing, and the athleticism is incredible. You know what really blew my mind? I got to tell you this. It's like, so we've been doing these broadcasts, and I don't know if you've had a chance to see any of them, but so we're out there. We've got these young athletes in the gate, and we're trying to present them to the world stage, and we're trying to do this in as professional a way as possible. And so I've been in the booth and I've been watching these athletes cycle through, and then yesterday at the athletes parade, we were broadcasting, and a bunch of them came up to me, these young kids, and they were like knee high, and I was like, I was actually shocked by how young they were, because when I'm seeing them on the broadcast, they look like epic giants out there.
Yeah.
And they're doing stuff that when I looked at these kids, I was like, you just did all that stuff I watched you do. Like, it's amazing the skills that these athletes have here at Junior Nationals, who they're so young.
Yeah, I mean, back when we all started, there was no equipment even for smaller people and children, And again, that's like technological. There were no coaches. Now there are. You know, we had to learn everything the real hard way. How to spin, how to jump, everything. And between equipment advances, you know, already having prior knowledge of how to do, whether it's tricks or you know, go fast, you know, hold on to a turn properly. Now the learning curve is like ramped way up, and the age level has come down. So there's, you know, there are 10-year-olds that if we time machined them back to like the 1989 World Championships, they would have crushed everyone. Crushed everyone.
That's so interesting, right? Like, that's such an interesting perspective. It's like it's the old argument, you know, Gretzky versus Gordie Howe versus, you know, Crosby. It's like, hey, you take them out of their era, but I think you're right. It's like what these kids are doing, it's unbelievable. You know, it's unbelievable.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, it's exactly the same.
So Mark, go ahead. Sorry,
I wanted to just key in on this event. So, and Hope actually, like we got a shredder here right now. So this gal Hope, it really impressed me. She was at a camp yesterday that we had, a speed camp, and she came in and look at her get into a tuck in between the gates, like. Really incredible race knowledge for someone so young, and edging skill. This leads exactly into what we were just talking about. Like, her riding right here. I don't know how old Hope is. I don't think she's maybe 12 yet. And this would have put her as the top female pro in 1989, 1990. This riding, like, it's pretty amazing.
She really she knows what she's doing.
Oh yeah, she so knows what she's doing. Yeah. You know, and there's, I mean, it's not just Hope, but I mean, like, she's a standout from what I saw yesterday. This event, this discipline of bank slalom, when you like break it down technically, and why it's extremely popular event, and the beauty of it is you can come to this event from all sort of facets of snowboarding. Half-pipe riders like it. There's an element of half-pipe riding if it's, you know, going back and forth, you know, dipping down between each wall. Freestyle athletes love it. Skateboarders really love it. It's very similar to bowl or pool skating. Alpine and border cross riders love it because there's a speed element and edge hold. So like everyone sort of brings something to the table, and like no one has a clear advantage really. So one of the shapers, his name's Phil Jacques. He'll like this if he listens.
I met Phil this morning. I met him. I went and talked to him on course today while he was grooming the course and getting it ready to go.
A great guy, and he is known. He's a Capita pro, like full pro snowboarder, and his whole thing is urban, like riding rails and stuff, everything in the streets, and in Quebec City, which is sort of the mecca of urban snowboarding. And that's where he came from. And he showed up at Baker 6 or 7 years ago, and he came and waxed at our wax cabin. It's a long story, but basically we're like, oh cool, you know, this street kid's gonna give it a whirl, and he crushed everyone. He got third, and like no one had ever even heard of him before from the perspective of like, okay, you know, in the bank slalom world or race world or border cross or, you know, sort of any official competition capacity, like he was no one. But, you know, you'd see him in the movies. And yeah, so he brought these skills. This is at Mount Baker Bank Slalom, like the event.
Right, and this is a kid like jumping, going down rails on in the middle of the city.
You don't even need edges. Yeah, you could have almost no edge skill and do that. I mean, anyway, he has incredible skill sets from it, and just sort of proved to us. It's like, you know, and here he is, you know, right there with Seth Westcott, who's got 2 Olympic gold medals in border cross, which you think is quite relative, but.
Well, you know,
there was a street kid, like, just crushing it.
Shout out to Phil, because Phil is, as I said, he's out there. He's the one who's helped build this, and I saw him out there this morning. I actually had some questions about the course, and he was near me, so I went over to him. He was very generous with his time and helping me understand certain parts of the bank slalom, but he was just out there like going through the grains of snow, making sure everything was in the right place.
100%. I mean, it's one thing that Arena's done really well is keep a really smooth track. And that can be problematic with any races. All the different, you know, we have everyone from 7. I think our youngest is probably 7 today. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm hoping I'm not the oldest, but I might be.
Right.
Over 50, we'll just say that.
Yeah.
And everyone takes a different line, like slightly different line.
Right.
So because of that, it can get, it can get chewed up. We could get potholes. You could get what we call kinks in the wall. So if you start out with a really smooth surface, you have a much greater likelihood of having a really clean, good event. And they raked it last night too. So, they spend a lot of time with hand tools, with these, special hand rakes that actually Arena fabricates specifically for this.
Right. Well, I mean, I think that actually you made a really interesting point, and I want to draw attention to it, but it's like you're saying today at this event, sort of the grand finale of Junior Nationals is an event in which we have riders who are from 7 years old to 50 years old.
Yeah, well, that's the coaches
50
race.
That's the coaches. I know it's not.
Here comes our youngest rider, I believe. This
All
is
right.
Kaylee, I think. I'm pretty sure. She's great. She's
look
such a shredder. Look, that bib comes down to her knees.
Yeah.
She's and yesterday I will say this: it was her first lap through yesterday, and she was going wee wee, like she was loving it. Yeah,
All right.
Here she comes, Kaylee. And I mean, she's actually, I will say this, again, we go back to equipment, like great little board for a small person. That did not exist even 15 years ago. You couldn't get one that would perform anyway. It would just be a toy virtually. And she's like fully, like, that's a pencil line carve right there. This did not happen for kids this size in the whole first half of this sport.
Right, and it was great because when she dropped in, just not far from where we are in the tent, I could hear everybody at the start gate cheering for her.
Yeah.
Like, there's so much encouragement for this. Like, everybody loves this, right? Like, everybody loves this.
Yeah, I mean, it's over the
she
jump
did the
too.
feature.
Yeah.
All right.
Awesome. And I mean, that's a big feature for how small she is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just awesome. Yeah,
That
gives
is
you
amazing.
gives you the good feelings for sure.
Now, Mark, I appreciate this so much. I really want to bring up your camp. So, yesterday, again, as part of Junior Nationals, you ran a camp, and I haven't talked about this at all yet, and I knew it was going on. Again, it's a sort of an amazing, lucky, or not lucky, I want to say like an amazing added feature to everything that's going on here. Can you tell me a little bit about what that was about? What happened yesterday? Because I want people at home to know some of the other things that we're doing here with the athletes.
Yeah, so effectively it was what we would call a RAD or speed camp, directed more at the speed disciplines, border cross, alpine, and I will say bank slalom is actually a Paralympic event.
Oh, it
so
is?
in the only official capacity, it's a Paralympic event.
Oh, that's
so,
great.
So we actually included it in yesterday's camp because the kids loved it. And what it's really to do is, first of all, get a lot of the athletes together that come from different regions and clubs. Oops.
Oh boy!
There
big
it is.
Broadcast
Yeah,
no.
Yeah, big broadcast.
Fawcett in the
phone.
booth. Cell phone going off. Oh my gosh!
And I can't get to it.
Oh
I hear
boy!
it. But anyway, it'll stop.
Yeah.
So the so bringing the clubs together and the kids together, and a lot of them, that it pools that camaraderie. It pushes their limits a little bit better. Also to introduce, even for a lot of athletes, what speed and like carving and is all about. So we actually find when we run these camps in different areas from time to time, not just here at Junior Nationals, and we'll get freestyle athletes that they're like, I'm kind of curious about this, I want to see it. They can even take a lot of the skill sets from speed events and apply it to slopestyle, half pipe, big air.
So how many athletes did you have out yesterday?
I think we had almost 30.
30.
So we thought we were going to have about 12 to 15, and we had a lineup at the top of the courses. And we set different environments. In the morning we had a giant slalom, and then we had a giant slalom that turned into a slalom. So for that, like that variety, we had more than half of way more than half of the athletes in their soft boots on either a free ride or freestyle board, or a few of them on border cross boards, and then probably a third of them in their hard boots and their alpine setups. And then in the afternoon, we moved over to this track, the bank slalom, and it's rare you get practice runs in bank slalom. It's a tough thing. Usually that course is built for the event. You get your 2 runs and you're out of there, and they turn it into something else. So the kids really appreciated, like, oh, we'll get some time riding a bank slalom track, and a fun one like this.
Well, and then they have you watching them and coaching, and like how many, how many kids who are, 8, 9, 10 years old get a chance to spend time with you? That's like a big deal.
It's fun. I love it, and we somewhat help with the coaches as well. So I found we run a really big event in the spring called the Gathering at Sunshine, and often I end up communicating more with the athletes' coaches than I do with the athletes themselves, and see if we can just find a different way to process what they're doing, and like how to improve on their riding, or give them different verbiage. Often is what it is.
Right.
The coaches here are amazing. The coaches, all these clubs have been through their coaching courses, have their certifications and such, and sometimes it just takes someone else with some different words to describe the exact same thing, and then it clicks.
Right.
You know, and we chatted a lot with the coaches about that yesterday, so that was pretty fun.
Well, the Gathering is amazing. I've been to it a couple of times actually. The Holy Bowly, and that's actually a really fun event. Again, another great Canadian event actually. I am here with Mark Fawcett, 2-time Canadian Olympian snowboarder and national coach. We're so lucky to have him. He was in here yesterday, Junior Nationals, to run, call it a camp.
Exactly.
Which is, again, another featured Junior Nationals. So while these athletes are out doing their events, the fact is that Mark's camp was also available to them. And one of the great things about Junior Nationals this year, which we've never done here before, is that you just have to pay to register once to one event, and that automatically signs you up to every event. So I remember when we were covering PGS, and I had Bronwyn Richter in the booth with me, and she was making the very clever observations that it was like soft boot rider versus hard boot rider. And so we were getting athletes clearly from multiple disciplines dropping in. And I noticed that throughout the week, the same names kept popping up, the same name, and I got to get to know riders, and it's like, wow, they're really taking advantage of it. And then your camp is a whole other bonus, and it's a whole other approach, not specific competition, but coaching and talking about that. And for the coaches, like, it's just, I feel like these kind of things are just going to raise the level of snowboarders and their skills, and I just, like, it really warms my heart, actually.
It's it'd be a waste not to, based on how much effort was put in to create these environments. The slope style, was a border cross, now a bank slalom. The easiest venue to work with, of course, is Alpine, just because it's there you go. You groom a slope and away you go. You have the course set in half an hour. And but anyway, like, just being able to recycle and reuse these environments, and then in a positive way where it's like, hey, we can get something done. Everyone's here.
Yeah.
The coaches are here. All it takes is, someone like myself or someone else that's, from Canada Snowboard to come and help facilitate one of these camps, and we can get a whole lot done in a short amount of time.
Yeah, it's amazing. So just a quick update here. We're on our first run of the bank slalom, our kind of grand finale here at Junior Nationals. It's not for a medal, it's for duct tape, I just learned from Mark. So I got to talk to the organizers about getting some duct tape for these athletes.
Well, you got to have an original twist. Baker's the only one that can really do the
Oh,
duct
okay,
tape.
I see. So this is like a Baker thing.
That's only a Baker thing. But
Okay,
but
so
it's like a key piece to the story. But then A friend of mine organized one at Mount Seymour. It was called baked salmon instead of banked slalom. And they had this huge salmon bake there. So it's like being creative with the names.
Okay.
We hosted one outside of Nelson. It was called Turning Man instead of Burning Man.
Right. Well, and we do have another bank slalom that has been going on for years here. It's actually charity at Beaver Valley. I know it's March 22nd this year. That is one of the biggest draws of the season every year. It's an amazing event. It's a charity event, and what's really great is that it's actually hard to get tickets to that one. Like you gotta jump early because it's so much fun. I've been to it a few times.
Yeah, many of the bank slalom events, you have to enter like a lottery to get get in. To be registered.
Yeah.
They're turning people away, and it's that popularity of the course suits anyone from any sort of facet from snowboarding.
Yeah, it's really fun. So we are, again, just to keep you updated, we've got our athletes coming down the bank slaloms, laying down their times, looking for a champion. I actually took a look at the scores, and Mark, I think you actually had a pretty good one, just to let you know on your run.
Nice. Awesome. I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it yet. Yeah.
So we are going to keep showing you this first run. I'm not sure how many athletes we've been through. I'll get an update for you and let you know how we're going. But the way the day is going to work is that we're in run number 1. We're expecting it's about 2 hours, so we're probably about halfway through, maybe. I'll check in with the start gate and see where we're at. Have a little bit of maintenance, and then the second run for a couple of hours. And Mark, I don't know if you're going to be around for a bit, or it's really been a pleasure to have you here to talk. And I know these stories. I love these stories. I think it's really important that snowboard stories get told, and that and you carry so many of them. So maybe if you feel up to it, you can drop by again later on. Maybe go take your second run, come and join us, and maybe there might be some other things that pop into your head that you could share with us.
Sounds great.
Yeah, I really
will do that.
Okay, that's great. So that's Mark Fawcett. We're really, really, really lucky to have Mark here. He, as I said, ran a camp yesterday. National coach, 2-time Canadian Olympian. It doesn't get much bigger than this. So, Mark, I really appreciate you coming in and joining us.
My pleasure.
All right,
we'll see you after run 2.
Yeah, indeed, and good luck. And take it easy on these kids out there. Okay.
Never.
All right, so we can see at the top of the course, our starters are waiting for athletes. We're going to get a word on where we are in terms of the run. You've been watching the first run of the bank slalom here, grand finale at the 2025 Junior Nationals. So, waiting on riders. We were so lucky there to have Mark Fawcett come in. What a surprise for him to knock on the door and come in and share his time with us. That guy is a legend, and obviously, oh, I see. We've got now we've got a rider ready to drop in. She's actually one of the officials. I think we've been seeing her at the start gates of a lot of the events. I'm not sure of her name, but look at her go. That's fantastic. Everybody's taking a run here. That's the whole spirit of this thing. It's so much fun. So the next several riders, I've been informed, are all officials. So again, all these people who are working so hard to bring these events, putting these events together for these, oh, nice one off the feature. All of these officials and volunteers and all these people who have been working so hard, and yet they don't get to go out and snowboard. They're just standing on the side of the mountain, and so this is their chance to go out and take a ride alongside the athletes. So it's really fun. Oh, I think that might be Rob Russell, actually, who is been at the start gate of a bunch of them. Father of Evan Russell, who is, I'm very excited to say, representing Canada at World Juniors next month in France. He just got the word while we were here a couple of days ago. Rob's looking pretty good down there, actually. Give his son a run for his money. Another official on course. I'm not sure if it's so. This is the one thing about this sport that is tough, is that it is hard to see people's faces. It could be anybody under there. Oh, and now Mark Fawcett from the booth. That's Mark up in the starting gate. This is great. So now, after hearing Mark give us the history and take us through so many stories, he's about to drop in and do his second run. So we are on to some second runs now. So it's a little bit more casual than we planned. All right. So here, that's you can put a face now to the voice that you heard earlier, Mark Fawcett. Canadian Olympian and national team coach. All right, he's really prepping here. He's getting ready to go. All right. Mark is stoked. In the gate. No stranger to competition for sure. All right, Mark Fawcett on course. Well, I'd say that's as beautiful form as you can get out there. There's a reason why he was a multi-time Olympian. Oh. All right, great run there from Mark. It's so great that we got to see him go out there, straight from the broadcast booth out onto the course. All right. In the gate now, we have another one of the designers from Arena Snow Park. So he is one of the people who actually built this course. So he's taken a chance. He's taken a shot. I think it might actually be Phil who Mark was talking about. All right, and next up is also an Arena Snow Parks designer. So again, getting a chance to go out and try out their own constructions, which is great. Oh, good form. Good form. So we are at the 2025 Junior Nationals Bank Slalom, the grand finale here at Junior Nationals at Horseshoe Valley Resort. It's really been a fun morning to just be out here. We've got all the athletes have done the run. We've got officials doing runs. We've got coaches doing runs. We've got the park builders doing runs. It's really fun. I was thinking about going out and doing a run, but I don't think our insurance covers it. It would be a disaster, absolutely. So I thought, let's try to end on a good note here. We can see there at the start gate with the headset on, that's Mike Nizwoski, fellow board member from Ontario Snowboard. Mike Nizwoski is so important to this sport. You will see him on the start deck of so many different competitions throughout the season. He gives up so much of his time to do this, all on a volunteer basis, and Naz is just rock solid. We appreciate him so much. Also, talking about Ontario Snowboard, all week long I've been wanting to bring up Janet Richter, who is the executive director of Ontario Snowboard, and Janet hates being in the spotlight, and she's probably going to be upset that I even brought her name up. But none of this would be happening without Janet. She is tireless. She is constantly pushing the boundaries of how far we can go. It was Janet who came to me 3 years ago and said, what about live streaming some of our events? And that has been a 3-year journey, and we've been working really hard so we can get you these live streams. She is so athlete forward and so devoted to this sport, and I really appreciate that. And really, she's an amazing person to work with. And Janet, congratulations on such an incredibly successful week. This is definitely the crown and the jewel, and I hope that we continue to keep doing this. In the gate, this is a volunteer. So, you can see the yellow flag in their back pocket, actually. He has been with us all week long, standing on the courses. You can see the yellow flag. They're there. They hold it up if a rider's down or if the course needs to be stopped. And now this volunteer, after a whole week of hard work, has a chance to go out and hit the course themselves. That's so great to see. All right, so it looks like I'm seeing Mark Fawcett coming back in. We couldn't get rid of him. Mark, I got to tell you, we just watched your run, actually. We got it from top to bottom. It was pretty good. You have pretty good form, actually, I got to say. Seems like you might have some practice.
That's all that's left is the form. Yeah. The physicality is like going out the window.
That's great. I love that you came right back up. This is so fantastic.
Truth be known, I came back up because my cell phone fell out somewhere between this tent and the chairlift.
So Mark Fawcett,
I started my journey here.
Yeah. Did you find it?
No, this is stop number 1.
Oh boy!
Yeah.
See, okay, so we're gonna look around.
We're good.
We're gonna find it. We're gonna find it, Mark. So there is now. I'm not sure what you're gonna offer up, but for anybody out there, there's a reward for Mark Fawcett's cell phone somewhere on the mountain. Okay, we're gonna help you look for it, Mark. I'm actually really happy that you're back because. There was something we didn't talk about earlier that I really actually wanted to bring up, and I know it's really important to you, is parasports. And I just want to let you talk about that. Please tell me your thoughts and feelings about that.
Well, it's not a new concept. Parasports have been around since the late 60s even. Paralympic movement fired up quite officially by Atlanta Olympics, which were 96, as like a really big official event, using the Olympic venues, etc. Repurposing those venues and even the Olympic Village, and then in winters, of course, as well. Actually, para or adaptive skiing has been around, maybe one of the oldest para sports. So with snowboarding, it didn't get going for quite a while, and Canada was actually one of the leaders and had the first adaptive, they called it back then, adaptive program and programming and team. So in 2014 was the first time snowboarding was in the Para Games in Sochi, and has been ever since. And what's really neat about a snowboard, if a snowboard is designed, if you break it down to what a snowboard does best, and we talk about how well they ride in powder compared to skiing, or how well they jump, how well you can spin on a snowboard. If it does one thing very best, it bridges an impaired side to your non-impaired side for athletes with impairments. It's almost like the snowboard was designed for people that have impairments, a prosthetic leg on one side, We have actually even a lot of athletes, double below knee amputees that would really struggle with skis. They would ski without riggers, and they snowboard literally completely unimpaired. Like, you watch them ride. Tyler Turner, he's our Paralympic champion. As of a few days ago, our world champion, third consecutive world championship that he won at Big White, and you can't tell. You can't tell. So I call the snowboard the impairment eraser.
That's really fascinating. I mean, it's actually a really interesting other angle to this sport. I feel like I'm constantly finding new angles around the community, around the history, around the attitude, the approach, the professionalism, all these things. But this is actually a whole other level, which I think is probably a lot of people don't know about.
Yeah, 100%. And what's great are people. A lot of people with impairments acquire them later in life. So, for instance, Tyler Turner grew up his whole life with two legs, and doing all these radical sports, being a very good snowboarder, rock climber, lost his legs in a skydiving accident, and he continues to skydive, continues to base jump, but to have some light at the end of the tunnel, like an official sport, every bit as competitive, every bit as professional, intense, the training camps, everything we do, marching towards excellence, to have that on a fair playing field for them, as opposed to just competing against able-bodied, it's amazing. Yeah, it's really inspiring to see this whole community of para-athletes compete, and they love snowboarding. They love it. And again, for a lot of them, they snowboard better than they walk. We have a couple of athletes, they're in wheelchairs most of the time, and they get on a board, and they're one of the better riders on the mountain.
That's really great, and it's actually something I know I've thought about, but like, how great would it be if we can start to incorporate that into junior national, or maybe not junior national specifically, I'm not sure how that would work, but like, if we can start bringing more of that, you know what I mean? That would be great.
We have started to, again, it's that environment. Bank slalom is an official Paralympic discipline, and I'll tell you,
it isn't in a non.
No,
yeah,
in the able-bodied Olympics, that's what I call it.
Yeah, able-bodied. It's not official.
It's not in it at all.
Yet it is.
But for para, it's an official discipline, and we love it, and it's great. We embrace that it's kind of ours. Every year at the Para Games, I take a photo of like the grandstands, and there's like a scoreboard, and it says Bank Slalom up top, and I take a photo and I send it to Gwen Howitt at Mount Baker and be like, look what you started.
Yeah,
look what you started. This is cool. And it just bodes well. Again, the same thing. The skateboard kids love it. The border crossers love it. It's great.
I love it again, and it's like, and it's
we're
just
slipping. It's slip time.
It's slip
we're
time.
Between runs now.
Exactly. So that's actually Lindsay, who's our events coordinator. I can't remember her official title, but she has been going hard all week. It's funny it's been 2 weeks really, but as the 2 weeks have gone along and people have been not resting, people have been trying to get to bed early, getting up in the middle of the night, what it seems, and they have just been working so hard. And I know a shout out to Lindsay, because she has just been amazing. Now, I don't know if that's exactly her, to be honest. Like I said, it's hard to tell in this sport because everybody's covered up. But the fact is that obviously we are doing some slipping here. What will happen next is that we will get ready for our second run, although some people seem to jump the queue and take their second run,
So I got some news.
Here's some news from Fawcett.
It seemed that almost everyone has now taken their second run, but what they're going to do, we still have this afternoon session. We're going to give everyone 2 more kicks at the can.
Okay.
To try and beat my time.
Oh, yeah. Are you still in first place?
As of when I saw last, yeah.
All right.
And I was trying to upload the app on my cell phone, on my iPhone, that I don't have.
Right.
So
Well, you know what? I think it can become like a carnival game. Try to beat Mark Fawcett's time.
it would be pretty ironic and funny if a over 50-year-old won junior national.
You know what I'm seeing right here? I'm seeing first place Mark Fawcett right now in the results.
Did I get a second run? Or?
Yeah. Oh no. It says latest and best. So that's what I'm seeing. Here, go ahead.
Let me take a look. I thought I had a 35.83.
But
I did. No, I got better. This is my
your
second
best run. Yeah.
My first run was 35.83. I was only 500s ahead, so I took a couple tenths off there.
Fawcett improving. There's always room for improvement.
Yeah, it was that bottom jump. It's got some. Groundhog.
Oh, all right.
Groundhog.
Okay.
It is. Yeah, Pugsatani.
Yeah.
Phil.
So.
And he's been cruising around. That's like the third time I've seen him now.
Yeah, we actually had to hold on course a couple of days ago because he wandered on course. So, it's great checking out the course and then
course inspection.
Yeah. Came out exactly at the right time. Okay, so this is great. So Mark has obviously been talking to the folks up at the top, and so we've got. He'll be back for his second run after we slip the course and get everything ready to go here. But as we hold off and we wait for, we're going to hold off. We're going to wait for our second set of runs. It's been a very successful start. So, Mark, again, thanks. I'm hoping that you'll be able to stick around for a little bit, but we'll probably go to some commercials. But it's been such a pleasure to have you here. It's really meaningful for all of us and for the whole community. Obviously, you carry a lot of weight and a lot of respect, and for the kids to get to see you come out and ride the course and be around and be a part of the community, it's like it's meaningful to all of us. So thank you so much.
My pleasure. Absolutely.
All right, and now we're going to go out and we're going to send the crew out to find your cell phone.
A lot of people describe snowboarding using the F word. Fun.
It's just fun.
It's so much fun.
It's a lot of fun.
Why do you like snowboarding? Because it's fun and awesome.
It's fun. It's just so much fun.
I just have so much fun.
It's fun to be with snowboarders.
Just kind of doing whatever, like it's so much fun.
I just found it really fun.
A, it's fun, and B, it's fun.
It's just fun.
I hope that I'll snowboard my whole life because it's super fun. I would like to do competitions because they're super fun.
Everybody is there for a reason. And the biggest reason they're there is not to win, but to enjoy the moment of their friends, their competitors, and just being there to celebrate everybody's victories, not just their own.
Even though it's competition, there is a camaraderie there. It's more relaxed and it's more inviting.
Well, everyone cheers for you regardless of if they're on your team or not.
It doesn't really matter who wins. It's just that we tried our best and we had fun.
Even if you didn't win, getting down to the bottom and
crossing the finish line is like achieving. I am proud of my work.
Getting something that you've been working on, that's like the biggest gift that you can give yourself.
Whether I come last in that heat or I come first, I always just like feel happy at the end of a race because I'm doing what I love.
I've seen my kids grow up, sort of through this lens of snowboarding. So when my older daughter jumped into this pool of snowboarding, it was a group of kids that probably ranged in age. There was about a 5-year gap with my daughter being the youngest. What I found was that every snowboarder was included, and everybody was there to help this little girl who just wanted to snowboard learn the sport and be supported and be safe out there and have an eye out for her. And the one thing that just blows my mind every day now is that my girls now at 10 and 12 are those older girls now on the team that are taking care of the 5, 6, 7-year-olds on the team and showing them the example and helping them out. So the beauty of this, community that we've stepped into is the fact that it's just such an inclusive sport, supportive sport, really diverse sport, and seeing kids from all ages and all experiences at all levels progressing both at their own pace and yet at the same time helping them all progress as a group. It's just been incredible.
This kid George, who I never met until 2015 or 2016 OFSA border cross event, but George basically showed up out of nowhere and threw down a crazy fast run, and he was on the CSAT team to represent our league, CSAT OFSA.
And I remember it was her finals.
He just lost his dad, I think, the week before. He was a little messed up, obviously.
But he wanted to participate. It was cold, it was icy, he hadn't been on a board, he was frightened. Students from schools that had nothing to do with him helped him gain his confidence back.
Telling him that, dude, you'll be okay. We've seen you race. You're really good. Just fire away. Every other school in our league wanted to see him get from the top to the bottom, A, in one piece, and B, with a good time.
It felt like half the league was cheering for him, and quite honestly, he had the best finish of his entire life in snowboarding. That one day. That's a special moment. It was a real moment for him. It was special to watch somebody who didn't almost trust in themselves, what they could do, discover what they're really good at.
And it was pretty touching to see that.
It was at the Canadian Speed Nationals in Tremblant at the top of the parallel giant slalom course. We were into the knockout rounds, which is the finals, where the first person across the line goes on to the next round, and one of the competitors broke his spoon. So his competitors that he was racing against were there to help him, and even the coaches from the other team and the other countries that were there were looking through all their equipment and all their spare parts to see if they had something that would help him, so he can continue on and try to win the event. Snowboarding is more of a community, and everybody is there to make sure everybody can reach their potential.
I think there's this misconception that, you have to be a teenager or someone my dad's age, they can't snowboard. I don't think that's true.
The age doesn't really matter as much. Everyone is there with the same interests. You can talk to somebody about snowboarding and that's bam, already one thing you have in common.
I'm sort of strange because I started competing in my 30s.
He was literally 70 and had skied his whole life. I think he wanted a new challenge in his life at that stage in his life. You're never too old, it's never too late.
And it doesn't necessarily have to be organized. You don't need a big group in order to do it. As you get older, you can keep snowboarding as long as you want. You could always keep snowboarding.
You can be absolutely any age, trust me, because I have no plans on stopping anytime soon.
One time when I was in my class, there was this new jump, and it was like a jump, and then there was a green rail, and then it was a jump going down. My coaches were asking, hey, who wants to do it? And then all the older kids were saying me, and I wanted to be cool, so I raised my hand, and I was in line to do it, and I was like, I thought I'm gonna go off this jump and I'm gonna fall, but I went off the jump, and I landed it. I was really happy, and then after class was over, I did it a few more times. Sometimes I don't land it, but that's okay, because then I'll just do it again.
Everything I love is about traditions, and the tradition for my family was skiing, definitely not snowboarding. But what I've learned from Braden is it's okay to change the tradition. So around age 7, Braden really showed an interest in snowboarding rather than ski racing. And I let her lead the way, and she told me what she wanted to do, and we made sure we put her in the right program that focused on the skills that she wanted to learn. And it's okay to go your own way and be your own person. And I am genuinely so happy that she's chosen this sport, and she can teach me a lot that I would never have learned but for Braden being in this sport.
I've always felt as though the winter in Canada can be a long period unless you're outside enjoying it.
And snowboarding can be that sport where you can get out, you can have some fun, and you can do it as a family.
I made a choice very early on that I didn't want to be sitting on the side of a rink while my kids were playing hockey or something. I wanted to be participating with them.
It's just something that we all love doing, and we can be together and do it and get them off their screens. Bonus.
If I didn't do snowboarding, I'd just be like sitting on my butt on the weekend.
It just feels nice to be outside and be able to do the things that I love.
Do you like snowboarding with your family? Yes.
It's just something that is an outlet for me to get out on hill, and when I have a bad day, I can go into my own little world on the hill and, use my paintbrush to just not think about anything else except the next turn, the next patch of snow, the next run, the next lift ride. I can just, let everything else fall by the wayside.
Braden really showed an interest in snowboarding rather than ski racing. So at 7 years old, Braden tried her first snowboard class, and I couldn't believe how she picked it up so fast. Braden just turned 11, and she is all snowboarding. Everything she talks about, she dreams about, is snowboarding. And looking back over the last 4 years, I am amazed how far she's come, and I couldn't be more proud of her. I am so proud of you. You are way cooler than me.
In the winter, I dream about me doing some really cool stuff on the snowboard and in the park. And when I wake up, I feel like, ooh, in my dream I did this. Maybe I can learn how to do that. I did a front side board slide on a box in my dream, and I really wanted to learn how to do that. And I learned how to do that with my friend Jack. We both decided that we're gonna learn how to do a front side board slide, and we nailed it, and we both did that in a competition, and it got us medals, which was really happy.
If you make the move to become involved in snowboarding at any level, you're going to find the people that you're looking for, and you can build friendships as you would in any other sport. But because snowboarding is such a niche sport itself, you're building long-term relationships.
I'm a lifelong skier, and when I met my future husband, who is South African, who didn't know anything about skiing or any winter sports, I said to him one of the terms of us getting married was that he had to do a sport that involves snow and hills that goes down. Lucky for me, he said, okay, I'm gonna give snowboarding a shot. I thought that was pretty bold to start going up a chairlift and down a hill on a board for your first time in your 30s. And I decided to join him. So we started snowboarding together in our mid-30s. He took off. It took me a little bit longer, but once I got it, I was totally hooked.
grade 7 athlete, Tegan, who had never been on a snowboard before but wanted to be part of the snowboard team, so she decided to join. First training day was her first day on snow. She spent the whole day on her butt, and by the time she got to grade 12, she was winning OFSA banners with her team and representing the school at OFSA. So she went from training day on her butt to standing on the OFSA podium in just a few years and became such a leader on the team. She was a very academic focused student, and it provided her with a real sort of different perspective, connection with different students than she would have connected with at school. I'll think of Tegan all the time when I think about, you know, if a grade 7 student says to me, I want to learn how to snowboard. Can I be on the snowboard team? Absolutely. If you're willing to spend a couple of days on your butt.
Kids want to push boundaries. Kids want to see what they're capable of. Kids want to try things that are a little bit dangerous. It's just part of being a kid. And I have like 13-year-old and 11-year-old. They're coming into being preteens and teenagers. And, you know, snowboarding gives them a safe place to push their own boundaries, to feel completely free and independent on the mountain. Their parents are not there with them. They spend the whole day out with other kids. And so they have that level of independence. And then they're pushing their own boundaries and getting that rush of adrenaline of like, whoa, I just did this, or I just went that fast. And so I find it keeps them out of trying other dangerous things in their lives that might not be as productive. So I really think snowboarding is a great way to channel your energy, a great way to push your own boundaries, a great way to see what you're capable of, all of that stuff.
My hope for my daughter is that she will take this as far as she wants to go. I want to see her have opportunities to challenge herself. I want to see her have a chance to try new things and have to, you know, adapt and learn.
I want to take this as far as I can go. I can see myself, or hopefully if I'm good enough, at World Cups, Olympics. I want to take this as far as I can go. It's a huge commitment and one that I'm still working on figuring out, but one that I think I'm willing to take.
I don't know what her pathway will be or how far this will take her, but I'm really excited to be on the journey.
From the moment they get out of bed in the winter on those weekends, they're ready to go. They want to be the first ones out, first chair up.
And they're out there whether it's like -17 or, you know, or 0.
So I actually had to buy them socks that had heaters in it to keep them outside for longer because they hated to come inside.
They want to be out and they want to be exploring and they want to be having fun.
It's a great sport. You're outside all day. They came in with rosy cheeks and big smiles.
Not gonna sugarcoat it, we do get some icy days.
In Ontario is either ice or slush.
There's no cushion. They've had to ride these horrible conditions.
When you train in that, you're just preparing yourself.
Which means that we build resilience.
The riders coming out of Ontario are amazing in that sense.
If you go to somewhere like for a competition that's super icy.
Oftentimes the riders from Ontario can like absolutely just rail that turn because they're so used to riding on ice. Like it plays to our advantage sometimes, which I think is good.
When you look back at the history of the sport, the people that pushed it to where it is today had to be super creative to come up with new tricks and to come up with new grabs and to think of new ways to approach, because it is something, you know, when you look at it, it is a piece of wood that you're sliding down the snow, but there's so many different ways that you can make use of that, and not just even in the competitive world, but if you go out and watch people's video parts, the different ways that people can use that same tool and put it to use in so many different ways is just mind-blowing.
I'm really competitive with her because first she is a year and a half older than me, so I try to beat her because we're near the same level.
Then you can brag about it. When she lands a trick, I'm always happy for her.
I feel happy for her if she nails something, and if I nail something, I know that she's very proud of me.
If I can't get the trick that she landed, I'll still be happy for her. But I'm just a bit upset because she'll brag and brag and brag.
She gets angry at me sometimes.
Can I talk?
No.
What's great about snowboarding in terms of like life skills is when we first started snowboarding and I was just teaching my kids to snowboard. The first thing I taught them was, I'm quoting a Batman movie, so forgive me, but it was basically, you know, why do we fall? So we can teach ourselves to get back up. And that's what it was all about. We fell, so now we can learn to get back up. And that is a huge life skill. And now that they're in competitions, now that they're in snowboard parks, now that they're setting goals for themselves and working towards them, the life skills, we're teaching tenacity, stick-to-itiveness, right? We're teaching goal setting. We're teaching how to train for an event, you know, preparation, all of that stuff that they apply now to school and they'll apply to life as they get older.
You know, when you meet somebody that snowboards, you can have an instant connection. Like if I'm at a party or if I'm at like a social outing and somebody snowboards, like instantly we're talking about like a million different things about it. And that's how my wife and I met. When we first met, that was like one of the first things that came up, like, oh, you snowboard? Oh, I snowboard. And then, you know, we started talking about snowboarding. And that was a big thing that I think initially drew us together. So yeah, so snowboarding can be a big part of a lot of parts of life.
I didn't know anything about the snowboard world, and it just seemed to be a little scary for me to watch, but I've learned that it's just this massive community of just love and help and support, and it started right here for us with just the parents, that anything you need, there's someone you can ask, anything you need, there's someone that has it. Buy, borrow, loan. Half the time somebody loans your board and they say just keep it, or keep it for the season, or give it to the next kid, and it just keeps going. But it's just this sense of love and community and support. You're not on your own in this sport, even if you don't snowboard.
As an adult, we don't like not being good at things. That's just my opinion, is that like recently I tried something new, cross-country skiing, and I was so bad at it. And I was like, I don't like this. Like, I don't like cross-country skiing. I don't want to do it again. But it's because I wasn't good at it. So I think that if you can kind of like push that into the back of your brain as an adult and say like, okay, like I'm probably not going to be a professional my first day out, but give it a try, like you will learn, and you just might like it better than skiing.
Snowboarding is something both our children latched onto at an early age. It gave them an outlet for themselves athletically. It gave them an outlet to be engaged, and it wasn't just in the season, in the fringe season as well. It taught them that it does take a little bit of hard work to be good. You can have some natural gifted talent, but then as you want to progress, you've got to work. It has taught them that you can't always be the best at what you do, and that's okay. A little bit of humility goes a long way in life. It's given them a forever skill. I envision both my children snowboarding until the day they can't get on the lift anymore, and it's a gift. It's given them highs and lows. It's rewarded them. It's made them laugh. It's expanded their friends. It's given them purpose. It's a life thing. And it's hopefully something they're going to take on with them and instill back on their families and friends.
I practice and practice, and I try to learn new tricks for my next competition, and I keep doing it. And one time my coach said that if I land it 3 times in a row, it's now in the bag and I got it. So I try to do that with my friends, and then I'm ready for the next competition.
I don't like the winter.
The winter in Canada can be a long period unless you're outside enjoying it.
But when I'm in snowboard boots, I am active and I get outside no matter what the weather is.
It's a great way to spend your winter days.
The fact that we're able as a family to spend our winter weekends outside together enjoying ourselves.
It would never happen if it wasn't for snowboarding.
And it makes the winter go very fast. It makes winter feel like just a blink of the eye.
I'm sad to say goodbye to the snow at the end.
I have 2 boys, twin boys. They've both had job interviews, and on their resume, they, of course, have some things in there about snowboarding, these unique things and accomplishments that they've done and experienced. And they say when they go for job interviews, people tend to ask them about it, and it makes them stand out.
It's a sport where it's whatever you want it to be. It's not just about maybe your thing is hitting the biggest jump in the park, or maybe your thing is sliding a rail, or hitting boxes, or riding through the mini park, or just going as fast as you can down a run and just ripping carves. And I think there's something for everybody in it, no matter what mood you're in, or it's something that I think I've progressed to, where I still go and try things in the park and try to keep tricks that I've learned over the years, but I can have just as much fun out there free riding and carving around the hill and hitting side hits and jumping off rollers and doing stuff like that.
I could not imagine what I'd be doing with those kids if we didn't have this opportunity for them to be on the hill at 8 in the morning and come off the hill at like 3 and 4 in the afternoon. They want to be out and they want to be exploring and they want to be having fun. There's no other word that comes out more when you talk about snowboarding or you talk about what the kids are doing. It's just this awesomeness that the kids come down with. The accomplishment, it's like, I did this and I did that. And every day they come in, there's some funny story. Them playing, Mario Kart training runs down the hill to learn how to link their turns, or landing their first jump, or having an epic crash. I mean, those epic crashes are almost like celebrated as much as them stomping and landing on something, and they're stories that they tell over and over again. So I just see the joy that it brings to them. And, slowly as I've become a snowboarder myself, I'm looking for those moments. I've had a couple of them, but I know there's probably more to come.
When you're a competitive athlete, or you choosing to go to competitions, you're having to juggle school with training. And we're training normally on the weekends. So that time where they might have had, they're off from school and they would go and do their homework, they're now having to come up to the hill and they're having fun, but they're also having to focus on the task at hand, which is for them to get better, to compete in the next competition or exceed their expectations. But then they're also having to do their homework. So they're really well at learning how to multitask and to keep on top of things. And so I find most of the athletes who come out, they exceed certain expectations because they're able to challenge their schedule at a young age, opposed to waiting until they're older, when they get to a job and their employer says, I need you to do all this by tomorrow. And they go, what? How's that possible? I have to have dinner and lunch and breakfast. There's no time for this. Athletes that are in the snowboarding world, they understand that. And they go, oh yeah, no problem. I'll have it done by lunch. They exceed that expectation.
To me, it's always been a supportive community. I think that was one of the draws I always had, whether it's from a skateboarding or a surfing background too, where those communities have that element. I think earlier on, going back a number of years, clearly and culturally, there may have been a divide there for a while, like anything new as it's progressing between skiing and snowboarding. And I think really now it's a lot more harmonious, and it really doesn't, as you can see throughout the clubs in Ontario, there really isn't that divide. It's a blend now, and a mix where everybody's sharing the hills, and really regardless of what you're doing, you're out there doing it together and having a great time, whether you're riding the chairlift or a gondola with someone who's skiing or snowboarding. It's just about being out and getting out together and again having those good times.
The value that I see coming out of snowboarding is the lifelong friendships that these athletes develop.
Not just on the hill, but outside of the hill.
The friendships that I make on the group, they carry over to not snowboarding. Like I meet up with Max just to hang out all the time just because I met him at snowboarding.
We compete individually, but we train and travel as a team, living on the road.
There's a 6 to 8 week window there that snowboarding was, and that's your family. For 6 to 8 weeks, you see them every weekend and you spend all day, every day with them. And then you're their best friends for 6 weeks, and then you walk away and you might not see some of them again, but some of them you do continue to see forever.
Most of the things I have learned in life, I've learned on the snow or with the people I've spent time with on the snow.
It's like a second family.
My older brother Malcolm, he is 13 now. One day he came home and he's like, Dad, Mom, I did a 180. And I was like, what? So I thought that was super advanced. And I was like, we were all super excited. And I was thinking, I really want to do that too. That sounds really fun and looks super cool. I was with my brother and my brother's skiing friend. And they were like, you gotta do this and you gotta do that. And I was like, all right, okay. So I tried it. And they were like, ooh. And we were hiking, so I went back up and I tried it again. They went, yes, yes. And I thought I had done it wrong, but they were like, yes, yes, you did it. And I was like, oh, okay, wow. It just happened.
Back then, everybody was still skiing and a lot of the clubs were still ski focused, and snowboarding was just starting to take over. And switching over to snowboarding gave me a new challenge. As an 18-year-old skier, I was at the highest level that I could compete in at a club level, and I was looking for that next challenge. Just the feeling of carving turns, being able to ride forward or switch, being able to do tricks, the G-forces that we were able to generate on a snowboard as compared to skis, and just the overall excitement was just a great feeling that I loved. You can make the entire mountain a playground as opposed to just going top to bottom turning.
Snowboarding is unique in the sense that you have a very limited training time. The season is short, so you need to make the most of every opportunity that's given to you, and so you really have to commit and join in and take every chance you can get.
I'm really lucky that I found snowboarding as something that I really enjoy doing. I look forward to the weekends, you know, where I'm not like sitting inside like playing video games or something.
It's kind of boring when you just do that. So when I'm on a snowboard, I feel good.
I really like being outside because it gets me active and
Have a good time with my friends, doing something that I enjoy doing.
it just feels nice to be outside and be able to do the things that I love.
Ontario produces some of the best athletes in the world.
They consistently podium at international events, both here and abroad.
Currently, Ontario represents 35% of the national snowboard team.
It's just so nice to be outside and that feeling of speed and freedom and doing something in the winter that gets you outside and just enjoying nature. It's almost like the exhilaration of being on a motorcycle but not being on a road. You have the speed, you have the wind in your helmet, and it's just that feeling of just gliding down the hill, and like even if you're going through powder or on groomed snow, it's that really feeling of freedom and being outside and fresh air, and it's just exhilarating, I guess.
There's very little things in the world that will mimic what snowboarding is. Some people could compare it to skateboarding or surfing, but it's not the same when you're on top of a beautiful, fluffy place of powder and you just get to hover through it. And you're wearing these phenomenal clothing and you just get to look great, you get to feel great. When you get to the bottom, there's a beautiful chairlift that takes you right back to the top to do it all over again. So it's just so great to have that ability, just let's do it again over and over and over.
Getting into your first competition it's nerve-wracking.
Like, it's so normal to be scared of jumping into something new,
but it's also very exciting.
Your first competition, it's about the experience.
Ontario snowboard events are organized in a way that everyone competes together, from the 3-year-olds to the 60-year-olds.
You don't have to be the best to go into a competition. You can use the competitions to accomplish your goals.
I was judging in New Zealand, and it was me and the Japanese judge, and he didn't speak English, and I didn't speak Japanese. And he was driving to the airport in the afternoon, and I was like, snowboard? And he's like, yes. We're just communicating through nods, and we're gonna go snowboard with little communication except for we're gonna go ride. and it was awesome. Not because of the conditions were amazing, not because the visibility was amazing, because it was two people finding a love for the sport that we love. There were no words necessary. It was just a blast.
Jen, my wife, was taking Adam and Jake, my kids, to U.S. Nationals in Copper. Jen had to drive from Denver through the pass to get to Copper, and it was a snowstorm. But because of the snowstorm, they wanted to get out of Denver very quickly, and they left a pair of boots in the airport. Through a whole bunch of communication with all of our snowboard team and colleagues and other parents, we were able to find parents on a later flight who got the boots up to Copper. In the snowboarding community that I've been involved in, everyone can count on each other when things need to happen.
When I think about like what snowboarding has done for me outside when I'm not snowboarding, it is that like I've learned a lot about what makes me happy. That drive to be better, to improve, to learn more from my peers or from just experiences. It's kind of like helped me just learn about that progression is something that you can do, and it's so individual. I'm doing it for me. I'm not doing it for anyone else. I'm still in the park. I'm a little bit older now, but I'm just having as much fun as I always did before. And that's the name of the game. I'm not winning any awards for snowboarding, but I'm helping other people progress themselves, and I'm having so much fun all the time when I'm on snow.
So my daughter has gone from, being in a snowboarding class to then being on teams to, increasing the level of competition. And being on that team and challenging herself at this level has given her so much. It's given her confidence. It's given her the ability to challenge herself and to overcome fears that she's had. It's given her a sense of camaraderie, a sense of responsibility. My daughter goes out and waxes her snowboard every day at the end of the day in preparation for the next day. My daughter gets up at 7 o'clock in the morning on Saturday and Sunday every single weekend in the winter so that she can be out there boarding when most teens are sleeping till 11, 12 o'clock. My daughter goes to other ski hills sometimes to support friends who are boarding on other teams. So the kind of camaraderie and friendship and support and responsibility that it's brought to her life is really unparalleled.
The reason I started skiing first was because my parents skied. I guess it's almost like people think it's more natural to ski because you're facing the way you're going. Maybe people going to something that's more familiar because they're afraid to try something that might be harder. But really, when you think about it, there's a lot of things we do sideways, a lot of different sliding activities, like maybe even if it's just simple like running and sliding, or skateboarding as well, and surfing has been around for a long time, and I feel like in a lot of ways each one of them is equally obtainable for whoever you are. It really boils down to just what you feel like doing more.
As an outdoor winter sport that gets you outside in the fresh air, doing something active during the months of the year when so many people are locked inside and experiencing like seasonal depression. No snowboarders have seasonal depression. We go out in all kinds of weather and we have fun. We only really do it during the winter, but it kind of is something that we identify ourselves as snowboarders all year round.
You see somebody or one of your friends learn something or do something new, and there's that little fire inside yourself that's like, oh man, I want to try that too. That looks really fun. And whether it's, a new trick or trying a new feature, there's always that little fire inside to go and push your limits a little bit and unlock the next little achievement. And I still find that for myself. I took a lunch break last winter and hiked the park at Blue and finally landed a frontside 360 that I was happy with. And I'm 35 out here trying to still unlock that achievement. You never master it. I mean, some people do, but still, there's so much new stuff coming out of it. And whether it's a different trick, whether it's a different feature, whether it's a different resort, whether it's a different day, there's always something above you or ahead of you to kind of aspire to or to push yourself towards.
We only get to live once. Do what you love to do. Make it fun. Make it exhilarating. Make it something that you want to wake up to every day and be excited about. My boys loved snowboarding so much that even if we woke up and it was raining outside or it was minus 40 and I didn't want to get out of bed. I mean, how many 10-year-olds at 9 o'clock in the morning are knocking on their parents' door saying, let's go, like we're waiting, we're dressed, like we got to get to the hill. It amazed me. And I remember once we woke up and it was pouring rain. They put on garbage bags. They got outside, they were waiting at the car. The race was unfortunately canceled, but they were ready to go. Like they were so disappointed, like they would have gone in a downpour. Make sure you do what you love. Get out there and enjoy life.
Just like bliss. Like there's nothing else going on when you're at the top of a run and there's untouched powder in front of you or straight corduroy. I don't think of anything else going on in my life. I'm totally present right then and there. There's nothing else I would rather do than to be snowboarding.
When it came to sports, I was very good at like a young age at most of the things I did. So snowboarding competitively has kind of helped put me in a place where I can compete against people of the same level that I am. And it kind of helped humble me a little bit, I can't lie. Being able to really challenge myself, someone who I'm not just gonna blow past or isn't just gonna blow past me. I think that thing that's really important was learning how to thrive in competitive sport, like how to take a loss. Obviously you're gonna have to lose at some point in something. Learning how to push myself and learning how to win graciously and lose graciously, you know. So snowboarding has brought me a lot of those different skills that I think are pretty important.
Lifelong friends, not just on the hill, but outside of the hill. Inclusion. The community takes anybody in, regardless of what kind of equipment they're sliding on. Building memories, years and years of memories with lots of different people. I used to always say that like there's a 6 to 8 week window there that snowboarding was, and that's your family. For 6 to 8 weeks, you see them every weekend and you spend all day, every day with them. And then you're their best friends for like 6 weeks, and then you walk away and you might not see some of them again, but some of them you do continue to see forever.
The thing that I loved most about snowboarding is that the community and just I was welcome and that everyone helped me, like all my coaches really helped me, and it wasn't just like, okay, do this and do it by yourself. They really helped me, like, okay, you're gonna do this turn and you gotta go down this hill first, and really helping me out. It was kind of just like we were on the same page no matter what.
Like, I think there's this misconception that like a kid has to learn how to ski first and then go into snowboarding, or someone my dad's age, they can't snowboard. I don't think that's true. I think it's like a learning experience, so you don't have to be a kid or anything to give it a try. Anyone can snowboard.
For me, what I've seen in my daughter, and with the support of some amazing coaches along the way, it's just given her so much confidence. Confidence in her own ability, her own skills, maybe things that she didn't think were possible became possible. And I also think that it has taught her that when you set your mind to something, you can achieve it. It doesn't necessarily mean gold medals, and it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to the Olympics, you're going to be an Olympian. Like, that's not, for me, what it's been about, and that's not what it's given my daughter. It really has been the journey of learning that when you put your mind to something, you can achieve it. Those are skills that she's going to have the rest of her life.
Snowboarding is a great way to channel your energy, a great way to push your own boundaries, a great way to see what you're capable of. You know, snowboarding has that same sort of philosophy of leveling up, getting your next skill, getting your next trick, working your way up.
The feeling that you get when you get to the bottom and you know you've done something challenging.
When you land something, it feels so smooth and you feel so happy that you're just like, yes, I did it. almost landed my 360 last year. A 360 is a spin where you start, let's say, left foot forwards, and you spin any direction and land left foot forwards again. Last season, I got a 270. A 270 is bad because you land like you're looking up against the hill, and so if you catch your back edge, you go straight back, and that hurts. So I'm looking forward to getting it this year.
My boys would come in and their toes would be frostbitten and they would go back out again. So I actually had to buy them socks that had heaters in it to keep them outside for longer because they hated to come inside. It's a great sport. You're outside all day. They came in with rosy cheeks and big smiles.
It's totally an addiction. It brings me so much joy, and it's like anything that may be like going on in your head that's like maybe not so good, it's like once you get on the snowboard, it's like whatever's in your mind is just completely out and you're just like so focused on what you're doing and just so happy to be outside. It's just so nice.
So when I'm snowboarding, I feel so happy. I'm excited that I'm on the snow. I just feel that all my problems go away, and I'm just like snowboarding and just having so much fun on the snow because it's so much fun. It's so much fun.
I just love the first run of the day. I'll go up the chairlift, I'll like see the course, I'll see it set. Usually I'll just be thinking, man, this is gonna be an amazing run. And that run, I'll just try to enjoy it. It's not as much about getting the fastest times, it's just about getting your legs warmed up and getting ready for the rest of the day. That's probably one of the best feelings that I can like have because it's just, the course is gonna be as good as it's ever gonna be. There's no ice on the course and you're just going, and every time you put your edge in the snow, it just feels fresh and it feels amazing. And then when you get to the bottom of the hill, you're like, all right, that's the best run I'm gonna have all day.
I have a dirty secret, and my dirty secret is that, okay, so I'm the guy, 1, I'm on the board of Ontario Snowboard. 2, my daughter is a competitive snowboarder. And 3, over the last year and a half, I've spent a lot of time developing a film project about snowboarding. I don't snowboard. That is how much impact this community has had on me. I've spent the last couple of years focused on snowboarding, and I've never once done it. And I still love it. I love snowboarding so much. Like, I spend a lot of time in my day thinking about snowboarding, and I've never been on a snowboard.
The cost of racing equipment right now is a lot, and that's because there's so few people. The more people that come into the sport, obviously, the easier it is to manufacture these things because there's more value in them to the companies that produce them.
Getting a hill to set up a snowboard course is not cheap, right? So if you don't have enough athletes participating, that cost spread amongst the athletes can really add up.
So it would be nice to have a larger community because then it would mean that we'd be able to easier to get equipment, and the technology for it would be more developed because we'd have more people that want it.
Come snowboard with us.
Certain older people that say, hey, I want to learn how to snowboard, but I feel like I'm too old to learn how to snowboard. And they're still skiing, so in my mind, they could also be snowboarding. You don't stop playing because you get old. You get old because you stop playing.
There's so many life skills that tie into snowboarding as a sport. You're learning about the world and how to respect the environment and how to care for the planet.
Because snowboarders want to be out on the hill. They want the snow. They need the powder. And so, ironically, snowboarding can help people be more interested in climate change.
My kids, it means everything to them. One of my sons is like, you know, Mom, I love snowboarding, I love racing, but I would think that my son would say one of the best things about snowboarding was that he got to see so much of the world. He got to see parts of the world that he probably wouldn't have been able to see, especially at such a young age, if it weren't for snowboarding.
Our son's name's Kobe, and it allowed him to be free when everything else he would do would have restrictions. He could go down the hill on his own, make a left turn, right turn, but by doing that, he kind of understands that, you know, there's limits to certain things, but there's moments where I can do whatever I want to do, and snowboarding can be one of those atmospheres. A lot of people are going through some difficulties during this last little lockdown, and snowboarding is definitely something that lets you kind of escape that. And so I hope that that gives him the opportunity to escape scenarios when he's in a tough time. Like wintertime, I'm just going to go on a ride. I'm like, no problem, go do that. You know, when he gets to that age, he can. Not right now, but when that moment comes, I hope that he just chooses to do that and just have fun. And I think that snowboarding will do that for him.
Snowboarding's like a metaphor for life. It's got absolutely everything in it. It's got ground up starting, learning, teaching. It's given them highs and lows. It's rewarded them. It's made them laugh. It's expanded their friends. It's given them purpose. It's a life thing.
I think that it gives them encouragement. I think it gives them some self-worth. I think it's a huge confidence builder, which they can take forth, you know, to school and to different endeavors, whether it's their first job or moving away from home or whatever.
You build yourself up on the inside, and that's what counts.
And it's hopefully something they're going to take on with them and instill back on their families and friends.
It's that sense of freedom. There's no rule.
All right, welcome back to the 2025 Junior Nationals Banked Slalom. So things shifted up a little bit this morning. We managed to get the riders through so fast that they actually ended up all taking both their runs in the first block. So we're having such a good time that the organizers decided that everybody gets 2 more runs in the afternoon. So we're doubling up on the runs. Everybody gets 4 chances now down the bank slalom to improve their time. So we are here on the last day of Junior Nationals here at Horseshoe Valley Resort. It has been an epic 10 days for all of us. Watching the best athletes from across the country come out here and compete in all the snowboard disciplines. We are a couple of minutes away from the last, really the finish line here, to use a sporting metaphor, to actually get these kids out on the get the kids out onto the bank slalom. The bank slalom, as Mark was explaining earlier on in the broadcast, we had the legendary Mark Fawcett in the booth here with me. We were so privileged to have him here talking about the history of bank slalom and kind of what it's all about and how much fun it is. And we can tell that the athletes are having a great time. You can see them dancing up there in the start gate, and it looks like we've got our first rider in, about ready to drop in, or maybe just practicing, because I actually see that the trip there is still out. So, and we're going to need our Mike Nazwoski, our starter there. But clearly getting ready. There'll be 2 more runs. There are so many athletes, and they're dropping in all out of order as to when they show up. So I apologize that we can't necessarily get all their names up so that you can know from home. If you know bib numbers, that helps, although those are sometimes hard to see. But at least you get a chance. Hopefully you know the ski pants or the helmet of your rider. That I always find extremely helpful. It's a beautiful sunny day here at Horseshoe Valley Resort. We have been having such a great week, and this is the grand finale. It's really fun, and the whole point of this is athletes first, and so we really make sure that you know, we have the time, we have the volunteers, we have everybody. So instead of, once we cycled through on the 2, we just thought, well, let's get another 2 because everybody's having so much fun. We are extremely grateful to so many people who helped make these last 10 days happen. For the first time in a long time, having all the having all the Junior Nationals all of the competitions in the same place except for half pipe, who we did over at Alpine Snowboard and Ski Club. They are very generous to give us their space. They have the only half pipe around, so that's kind of a big deal, even just having a half pipe. So we're really grateful that they let us come over. I can see Nazwoski up there at the top, pointing his fingers, looking very officious. That guy knows what's going on in a start gate. He's up there all the time. I have so much confidence whenever he's at the top of the hill, and he just is a fan of the sport. His son is a great athlete, a great racer, and competing at the highest levels, and so the Nazwoskis know snowboarding. We are apparently ready to go. We're just waiting to get our second ski patrol in position. I mentioned earlier in the week, we never run an event, we never run a single rider down an event unless there is patrol in position. That is policy. If somebody should happen to go down at any point in any event, and patrol has to be off the course, we will not run another rider until that patrol has been replaced. So safety is really important. The health of these athletes, we spend a lot of time worrying about that. A couple of thank yous. Thanks to Canada Snowboard and Sport Canada, as well as the Government of Ontario. Their support is what allows us to put on events at this scale, at this level, world-class level. We want to thank our sponsors, Corbett Ski and Snowboard, as well as King Snow. A really, really, really special shout out to Arena Snow Parks. If you were listening earlier on in the broadcast, Arena Snow Parks are the people who make these courses. So the Bank Slalom today, but they put together, this was a border cross race earlier on. We had a NORAM and we had Junior Nationals, and then overnight they turned it into a bank slalom, and they're different beasts, and it's quite astonishing to see them do that. Arena Snow Parks, they are a world-class design group and builders. They do World Cups. They are the best they are, and it looks like we're just about to get our first rider in for the second session of runs. I can see that the trip is back in place. Naz will be giving us the go-ahead, and then it's just going to be rapid-fire riders. It's my understanding we have a couple of hundred riders here, including coaches and volunteers and anybody sort of in our community here right now jumping in. We'll be doing a second round. So they went through them so quickly this morning that we thought, why not do a couple of more? It's such a great day out on the mountain. Of course, none of this would be possible without Horseshoe Valley Resort. They have this incredible commitment to snow sports, and they are, there we go. All right, rider on course, our first rider for the afternoon on course, and we'll be cycling you through all of them. But back to Horseshoe Valley. Horseshoe Valley really makes this all possible. Not just from the event itself. They are out there. They're giving us their runs. They're giving us the support to build this stuff. It takes a lot of time, and they have to give up a lot. But they have tons of other runs open for the public. They have an amazing facility here, hotel, condos. They also have, in the summertime, I've been here in the summer multiple times. It's an amazing summer activities here as well. It's right nestled in the valley. You can come, you can stay. You don't have to leave, which is amazing. I see Finley Wood up there, the Alpine racer out of Alpine. He is dropping in. All right, Finley. The Horseshoe is really we're so lucky to have their support. This whole notion of doing these live streams is pretty new, and Horseshoe hasn't missed a beat. It's not easy producing and putting these things on. We are constantly having to tear down, come up on the mountain every morning, come back off. It's a tough thing, but Horseshoe hasn't missed a beat. They have given us so much support. They put us up in their fantastic hotel. We've got sled support, Todd Sauvé leading that up, and really, he's got his team, Cam and Matt, and they are with us every day, making sure that we can get our people in place to bring you this. So it's been really fun. As you can see, we're into the afternoon. This is really the grand finale of the event, of this extremely successful 2025 Junior Nationals. All right, and as we're sending riders down, I can actually give you a little bit of an update. So we do have the results in from this morning's run, and Mark Fawcett is indeed in first place. There's no surprise there. The Olympian, we're up against Olympians here. Mark Fawcett, the two-time Canadian Olympian and national coach, laid down a couple of runs. He actually improved on his second run. He is the time to beat, so it's really exciting to think that all of our athletes are out there on course competing against the great Olympian. Oh, is this him, number 11? Oh, this might actually be Mark here, dropping in for his third run. I mean, it certainly looks like him. You can see Mark is really, really looking to take this one. He is going hard. Oh. Yeah, that was Mark. You can tell. Incredible run. Incredible run from Mark. So that's a nice little bonus here today to get to see an Olympian and great coach come down. I asked him to come and drop by the booth again after his run. Maybe he can break it down for us. Okay, so Mark in first, and then behind him, Avery Grosskopf in second position, Jordan Sullivan in third, also a coach, and then in fourth, Evan Russell. Evan Russell, who's actually just got tapped a couple of days ago to represent Canada at the the World Juniors in France. So Evan obviously showing us his stuff. Don Turner, another coach, in fifth. Owen Weigelin in sixth. Austin White in seventh. Ava Grosskopf in eighth. We have a bib 622 in ninth, and there's no name associated, so I'm assuming that was a last-minute addition. So we're not sure who that is. And then Brandon Frail, coach, in 10th. And then the list goes on and on and on. You can check it out online at livetiming.com if you want to check it yourself, if you're following athletes here and you want to see how they're doing. Check it out. It's really fun. It's really fun. The fact that we got to these athletes got to try and see if they can get past Mark Fawcett. It's a pretty good thing to shoot for. We will be dropping athletes in, I assume, for about an hour. So they'll be going through. Go check on live timing. I'll give you some updates as we go along. But again, this is not for a medal. This is just for fun. And hopefully Mark's going to drop by and we'll get a chance to talk with him. And so enjoy watching these absolutely incredible riders. All right, so here we are, the 2025 Junior Nationals Bank Slalom. We are in the second set of runs. As I mentioned, the riders got through in the first set so quickly they got both the runs in that we actually managed to get them back out on the course again. And I know that these athletes are really excited, you know. I can say about, one thing I can say I think about safely about snowboarders is that if you if they're allowed to have 2 runs and you give them a 3rd run, they'll always take the 3rd run. And then if you give them a 4th run, they'll take the 4th run because they just love being out there so much. Now, a lot of you have been tuning in throughout Junior Nationals all week long with me and various other people. We had Mark Fawcett in earlier talking with us a bunch, which was amazing. But I'm actually really thrilled. We've got somebody else in the booth here, and I'm really thrilled that he dropped by. His name is Lucas Ouellette, and he's with Arena Snow Parks. And every time I've said our list of thank yous to people for putting this together, it's really Lucas's show here. He is the one who built our SBX course, then overnight turned it into a banked slalom. He built all our slope style stuff. It's as I've mentioned 1,000 times, Arena Snow Parks is just a world-class company. We've been showing the renditions to take people through. They built all that. Anyways, Lucas is very patiently sitting here and waiting for me to let him talk. But Lucas, thank you so much for coming down.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, no, I'm stoked.
Yeah, we are so thrilled. We have been, I mean, obviously what you're building is allowing these athletes to compete on a platform that is world class. I mean, how important is that?
Yeah, it's great. You know, we've for us, it doesn't matter if we're building for the Olympics or building a terrain park for juniors to learn their first, whatever it is, you know, an indie grab or hitting their first box. We put the same amount of pride and attention to detail in everything we build, so everybody can excel in it for sure.
It's really great. I mean, to me, what I keep thinking and keep commenting on is the fact that like these athletes, these are the athletes of the future. This is juniors. I mean, we did have 2 NORAMs, but the bulk of this week is about Junior Nationals. It's about athletes between the ages of 13 and 17, I believe. And it's like, I'm watching them out there on, I mean, they're running runs, lines like what the best in the world are on, right? And that's because you guys are building that, and that's amazing.
Yeah.
Take me through the process. Like, how far back would this go for you guys before we get to here and actually compete?
Yeah, so I came out in August, did a site inspection, and we look at all the terrain and everything, the snowmaking capabilities. We start designing the course, find out the rider group, you know, the ages and the ability levels, and we kind of base it around that, you know, with border cross and bank slalom. A lot of the times the run will dictate what you can build, you know, so you're going to look at the speeds you're going to be having, and you build accordingly to that. Sometimes it's pretty cool. You can work with the natural terrain and let that kind of dictate some cool features that you can build on there. So this was a tricky one because this run's quite narrow. It's steep in sections, flattens out, and then it's steep again. So you're trying to always, you know, speed them up, slow them down, speed them up, slow them down, and get some cool features in there as well. So I think it turned out pretty good, all in all. I know we struggled with the start section, the border cross, because we had insane uphill winds, but that's part of it, you know.
Well, it is. I mean, the fact, although actually, and we covered all of those, and I would say that, you know, ultimately, I thought the athletes really rose to the occasion because, I mean, there was a couple of the younger groups that were sort of hopping, but it just kind of became part of their run. Do you know what I mean? It became a part of the process.
Yeah,
I mean, but I mean, that's always going to be that way when you're trying to hit all these multiple levels for this event anyways. But I feel like I've heard nothing but positive things about these courses all week long. Yeah, which is really amazing.
Yeah, that's really cool to hear.
So you came out in August. You did a site inspection, took all those things into consideration, and then what happens after that?
So yeah, I basically go down the course and we look at where we can put all the turns, the jumps and the slope style, everything that makes sense there, and we We give them a rough calculation of how much snow we're going to need, the volumes, and start designing the course. We have a great guy on our crew who does 3D models.
Yeah.
He builds video games too, so he's incredible at it. Give that 3D model and say, this is where we're going for.
So we've actually been showing that 3D model, like the renderings that you shared with us.
Yep.
So we've been showing them and using them to show the audience at home exactly the course that these riders are on. So they're amazing. What does it now the snow falls, and so we started racing on this hill. It's called Ponytail, I think, actually. I'm going to say 10 days ago, roughly. How far before that does it take you to put this course in?
Yeah, so we estimated about a week for this one. I could get the bulk of it done, but the weather was kind of a factor. You know, we had everything from snow to rain to freezing cold to sunny hot days. So you always kind of factor in a little bit of buffer time there, but we did some long hours to get it. The start section needed some modifications, so yeah, about 5 to 7 days it took to build this top to bottom.
It's amazing, and then you flipped it over for today into a banked slalom.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that can't be easy, no?
No. I mean, we kept about 3 of the turns the same, but the rest, yeah, you kind of fold it in and try and line everything up so it works, and I think it worked pretty well. I got to ride it a few times, and yeah, it's pretty fun.
We saw you ride it, actually. You and the other ones from your team.
Yep.
We caught them coming down, and I thought, how great is that? Because I'm assuming you don't really get to ride. I mean, I'm assuming, in off times you go and you check it out, but it's like to actually ride it with other riders.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sure that doesn't happen often.
Yeah, no, I mean, we juggle because, during lunch break, we're out there raking everything. We're here first thing in the morning, opening it. I'm here till 11, 12, 1 o'clock in the morning, grooming it out at night. So get a little tired, but it's always fun to strap in and turn and burn.
Oh, I'm telling you, it's great. I mean, because you're out there with, like, as we can see, one of our younger riders coming down the course, and it's amazing because it's like, I mean, I don't know. I'm always so impressed by all these young riders, and these are our athletes of the future.
It's the future.
You know what I mean? This is our future that we're watching right here, and so I wish I could drop in actually and just I think it's just to do it. And then you got Mark Fawcett out on the course,
Legend.
tearing it up, a legend, and it's like
he's putting everybody to shame.
He is. He's like in the top position. It's amazing. But I got to say that it's like that to me is the spirit of this. It's like we got the guys who are building it out there. We got coaches out there. We got national coaches and ex-Olympians out there. We got 7-year-olds out there. I mean, everybody's riding on the same course today.
That's the best thing about banked slaloms. Everybody gets in. It's so fun. It's competitive in a way, but at the same time, it's more personal competition. How can I get my time a little bit faster? Where did I screw up on that turn?
Yeah, I think having Mark Fawcett go down and set the pace takes all the pressure off.
Yeah, right. Never gonna catch him.
Yeah, never. Don't even bother. Yeah, although we've got a couple actually who are pretty tight on him.
Yeah.
So this is amazing. And now I know we're talking about bank slalom because that's where we're at, but also over your slopestyle course. Like we were over there for several days broadcasting from there, and again, like an epic course. So now do you have a whole separate how are you managing both those places?
It's been a lot. So we brought in another operator, Bailey, who came in to mostly work on that one with the Horseshoe crew, and did a fantastic job. So we had some snowcat issues, so it took a little bit longer than we were hoping for, but we pulled it off. I spent a couple nights over there helping with that as well, but the feedback we got was really, really positive. So
I was really fortunate to watch several events on that course, and I'm telling you, it was just a pleasure. It was really a pleasure. We did notice. Okay, so I'm not going to get the terminology right because I'm not so good with. But like, just above the third rail deck, there was this one feature. There was 3 features, and it was I can't remember. Maddie Gale was telling me what it was. It was the one on the furthest. If you're looking up the hill on the left. The pipe.
We call that a mailbox. It was kind of a gap to a down.
No,
mailbox.
not that one. It was the next one down.
on the left hand side, like if you're looking up the hill on the left hand side.
Oh, okay, sorry, the flat rail,
yeah,
big drop off the end of it.
Yeah, and it was like, it seemed like everybody was taking that, actually.
Yeah,
it was really interesting. Everybody gravitates to them. We started to notice this pattern, and I'm wondering, like, do you see that sometimes? Like where just for whatever reason the riders keep going to one feature?
With that one, that one kind of lined up best with the jump.
Right.
So I think for them it puts them in a good spot. It's a nice straight line going into the first jump. The rainbow down rail, that was also pretty close too. So those were definitely more favored than the mailbox on the far left.
And that was also known as a teardrop. Is
teardrop,
that right?
yeah. Rainbow down, teardrop.
Look, I'm just learning this stuff.
Tomatoes.
There, yeah, exactly. Hey, it's snowboarding, and it's like everything else. There's multiple terms for multiple things.
Yeah.
No, because it was like I said, it was just the courses have held up so well, and just the performances have been amazing.
Well, it's great that we're having a bit of a late winter here in Ontario. You don't know if it's going to be -20 or +20 in thunderstorms. So we kind of hope for the best, expect the worst. You got a mixed bag this week, but all in all, Ontario's been getting an amazing season.
This is the best season in years. Like for boarding, this is amazing.
It's great.
Yeah.
So it's super cool to see the hills still covered in snow. Tons of people out riding. Yeah, it's awesome.
This time last year, I remember we were during Junior Nationals. We were, I think we were at Beaver Valley, and we were doing the cross, and quite literally, the snow went like to the blue line, and then it was mud everywhere else. It was our camera operators just off course were like standing in mud. It was the worst season ever. So this is like just epic that we have this.
Yeah, absolutely. Much needed.
Yeah, for sure. So now tell me, where do you go from here? Where after this is done, where do you head to?
Yep, so we have a World Cup border cross at Mont Saint Anne. We'll be building that one. We have another event at Silver Star in BC, another spring project at Sun Peaks in BC, then we go to Timberline and Mount Hood, which is in Oregon. So, we got another 2 months still to go.
Wow, so your winter is not even close to ending.
No.
Oh my gosh.
We're still right in the thick of it. Yeah.
That's amazing. Do you are you able to tell me who is your crew? Can you give me a shout out to who's been here and everybody?
Here we got Phil Jacques, the Flying Frenchman, known as the fastest jibber alive, and he's been crushing it on this course. We've got Ty Williams, who actually grew up in Collingwood. He's been a Whistler for the past couple of years, so we got him on our crew this year. He's been doing great. My friend Bailey, who I was telling you about, came out to build the slopestyle. He was just here for a quick 7 days before passing it off to the Horseshoe team to take care of the slopestyle. So it's been fun, but long 3 weeks. It's gone by in a blur.
Well, I'm telling you, and everybody, if you want to know, like. Lucas is a really good example of the people that I've been talking about over the last 10 days, of people who are putting things like sleep aside. And literally, I know because I'm also one of them right now, and my entire team, because we're doing this. There's no days off. It's one day after another. You got to be up early. You're working on the next day's events until late in the evening, and then weather comes along, and then you got to groom it in the middle of the night, and it's just like it is kind of an endless cycle. But ultimately, everybody is doing this, and really the payoff is watching these athletes perform so well, and like we said, this is all about supporting them so that they can go on to represent us all around the world.
Absolutely. When you build it properly, you can really see the riding levels just skyrocket.
Well, absolutely. If they're on these, like this level of course in whatever the discipline, we have to definitely chime in on this.
Yeah.
I saw Lucas's eyes go wide as he saw what was happening.
We got the birthday suit.
Yeah. It looks like we're going. We're going for frostbite.
The Beach Boys are out.
Oh, look in the background.
Yeah.
Lucas, look back there.
He's got the squad.
Oh man, I'm telling you though, it's like the bank slalom is so much fun, and everybody's obviously getting into it, and it's like, let's try it out.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to fall on this snow. It's a little icy underneath, and I've had experience on the glacier years and years ago, and falling on ice, and it just, it's not a good feeling.
It's not a good look. Okay,
so
hopefully.
Hopefully Samuel here keeps it based down.
but we definitely want to watch this run. You know, the other thing too, Lucas, I just want to mention is that I feel like, you know, you talk about weather. I'm sure for you, weather is such a big issue, right?
It's huge.
And you obviously have to be following it and adjusting to it every day. We had a few days here where it really went from very, very cold in the morning to very warm in the afternoon, at like the opposite ends of the spectrum for you. And I want to say, and I'd love for you to talk about this, but from my perspective, everything held up really well. Like even in those drastic shifts from cold to warm, like we weren't then suddenly seeing, you know, a bunch of wipeouts or like I don't know. I just feel like your course has held up so well.
Yeah, thank you. We kind of almost become snow scientists over the years, and knowing when to hit it, when to quit it. Sometimes you just got to be flexible, so we know the right time to groom everything. The other day the first day I was rebuilding for the bank slalom here, I knew it was going to get cold overnight, so I had to do all the proper work on the turns, and if I didn't, it would be a pain in the ass the next day to get them to where they are. So you have to know what the snow's going to do, what the temperatures are doing, and when's the right time to groom or not to groom. You know,
right.
You get into that scenario where it's like you got to stay off the course sometimes. So it's kind of just the years and years of experience. We've kind of seen it all.
So the real question here is to groom or not to groom.
Yeah.
Spoken like a true artist. Actually, when I'm trying to describe to the audience what it is that you do, the term I use is that you're artists, because really, and I genuinely believe that, because it's like to take snow and a hill and with these huge machines, these huge groomers, like from groomers to like your hands, and work your way through into something that has all the physics and all the feel and all, you know, that allows for these riders to do what they're doing. I mean, it's artistry. My hat's off to you. It amazes me. Yeah.
It's funny. I can't even draw a stick man with a pencil on a piece of paper.
Really?
I'm terrible. But you give me a snowcat, and just the way my brain works, I can sit there all day and build whatever. Yeah, well, get creative.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. But the feel to me is amazing, because these are giant machines, and you're creating very subtle things in the snow.
Yeah. You can get quite intricate with them. You know, a lot of people that have no idea about running these machines, they've come up to me and said, like, we're watching you just push aimlessly and nothing seems to make sense. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, there's a full course, and I totally understand it.
I'm telling you, so like the parallel is correct, I think, because it's like watching somebody paint a painting. Not that you ever watch somebody paint a painting, but it's just random brush strokes, and then suddenly, oh my God, there's this like beautiful rendition in front of you. It's I don't know. I think it's really amazing.
Oh, thank you.
If you look on screen here, as I'm assuming you're doing, we're coming into yet more shirtless riders. They've really gone for it. It's a bit windy at the top there, though.
I was just up there, and the winds are blowing. It's not warm winds.
Right.
It's chilly up there, so there's going to be some diamond cutters.
Yeah, I tell you that these kids are fearless. They've been having such a good week here that I think they're really...
the stoke is high.
The stoke is high. That is exactly the best way to put it.
Yeah.
All right, well, look at Lucas Ouellette from Arena Snow Parks. I'm so glad that you got a chance to come in and talk to us.
No,
I've been dying to talk with you and get your thoughts, and so that I can learn. And I know that our audience has been really interested in all this, and I'm trying to educate myself, and I think through my education, I'm hoping that other people are getting that too. But really, thank you so much, and I really appreciate you coming in, and
thank
I
you.
really hope for more to come, and good luck over the next couple of months.
Yeah,
okay?
thank you,
All right.
appreciate it.
All right,
I'm gonna get back up there and do another lap.
Oh yeah, you got another lap, man.
I got one more in me.
You got to go beat Fawcett, okay?
Yeah, that's never gonna happen.
All right, so that's Lucas Ouellette from Arena Snow Parks, artist extraordinaire. Thanks, Lucas.
Thanks, Jay. Talk soon.
It's a sport where it's whatever you want it to be. It's not just about maybe your thing is hitting the biggest jump in the park, or maybe your thing is sliding a rail, or hitting boxes, or riding through the mini park, or just going as fast as you can down a run and just ripping carves. And I think there's something for everybody in it, no matter what mood you're in, or it's something that I think I've progressed to, where I still go and try things in the park and try to keep tricks that I've learned over the years, but I can have just as much fun out there free riding and carving around the hill and hitting side hits and jumping off rollers and doing stuff like that.
I could not imagine what I'd be doing with those kids if we didn't have this opportunity for them to be on the hill at 8 in the morning and come off the hill at like 3 and 4 in the afternoon. They want to be out and they want to be exploring and they want to be having fun. There's no other word that comes out more when you talk about snowboarding or you talk about what the kids are doing. It's just this awesomeness that the kids come down with. The accomplishment, it's like, I did this and I did that. And every day they come in, there's some funny story. Them playing, Mario Kart training runs down the hill to learn how to link their turns, or landing their first jump, or having an epic crash. I mean, those epic crashes are almost like celebrated as much as them stomping and landing on something, and they're stories that they tell over and over again. So I just see the joy that it brings to them. And, slowly as I've become a snowboarder myself, I'm looking for those moments. I've had a couple of them, but I know there's probably more to come.
When you're a competitive athlete, or you're choosing to go to competitions, you're having to juggle school with training. And we're training normally on the weekends. So that time where they might have had, they're off from school and they would go and do their homework, they're now having to come up to the hill, and they're having fun, but they're also having to focus on the task at hand, which is for them to get better, to compete in the next competition or exceed their expectations. But then they're also having to do their homework. So they're really well at learning how to multitask and to keep on top of things. And so I find most of the athletes who come out, they exceed certain expectations because they're able to challenge their schedule at a young age, opposed to waiting until they're older, when they get to a job and their employer says, I need you to do all this by tomorrow, and they go, what? How's that possible? I have to have dinner and lunch and breakfast. There's no time for this. Athletes that are in the snowboarding world, they understand that, and they go, yeah, no problem, I'll have it done by lunch. They exceed that expectation.
To me, it's always been a supportive community. I think that was one of the draws I always had, whether it's from a skateboarding or a surfing background too, where those communities have that element. I think earlier on, going back a number of years, clearly and culturally, there may have been a divide there for a while, like anything new as it's progressing between skiing and snowboarding. And I think really now it's a lot more harmonious, and it really doesn't, as you can see throughout the clubs in Ontario, there really isn't that divide. It's a blend now, and a mix where everybody's sharing the hills, and really regardless of what you're doing, you're out there doing it together and having a great time, whether you're riding the chairlift or a gondola with someone who's skiing or snowboarding. It's just about being out and getting out together and again having those good times.
The value that I see coming out of snowboarding is the lifelong friendships that these athletes develop.
Not just on the hill, but outside of the hill.
The friendships that I make on the group, they carry over to not snowboarding. Like I meet up with Max just to hang out all the time just because I met him at snowboarding.
We compete individually, but we train and travel as a team, living on the road.
There's a 6 to 8 week window there that snowboarding was, and that's your family. For 6 to 8 weeks, you see them every weekend and you spend all day, every day with them. And then you're their best friends for like 6 weeks, and then you walk away and you might not see some of them again, but some of them you do continue to see forever.
Most of the things I have learned in life, I've learned on the snow or with the people I've spent time with on the snow.
It's like a second family.
When you look back at the history of the sport, the people that pushed it to where it is today had to be super creative to come up with new tricks and to come up with new grabs and to think of new ways to approach, because it is something, you know, when you look at it, it is a piece of wood that you're sliding down the snow, but there's so many different ways that you can make use of that, and not just even in the competitive world, but if you go out and watch people's video parts, the different ways that people can use that same tool and put it to use in so many different ways is just mind-blowing.
I'm really competitive with her because first, she is a year and a half older than me, so I try to beat her because we're near the same level.
Then you can brag about it. When she lands a trick, I'm always happy for her.
I feel happy for her if she nails something, and if I nail something, I know that she's very proud of me.
If I can't get the trick that she landed, I'll still be happy for her. But I'm just a bit upset because she'll brag and brag and brag.
She gets angry at me sometimes.
Can I talk?
No.
What's great about snowboarding in terms of like life skills is when we first started snowboarding and I was just teaching my kids to snowboard. The first thing I taught them was, I'm quoting a Batman movie, so forgive me, but it was basically, you know, why do we fall? So we can teach ourselves to get back up. And that's what it was all about. We fell, so now we can learn to get back up. And that is a huge life skill. And now that they're in competitions, now that they're in snowboard parks, now that they're setting goals for themselves and working towards them, the life skills, we're teaching tenacity, stick-to-itiveness, right? We're teaching goal setting. We're teaching how to train for an event, you know, preparation, all of that stuff that they apply now to school and they'll apply to life as they get older.
You know, when you meet somebody that snowboards, you can have an instant connection. Like if I'm at a party or if I'm at like a social outing and somebody snowboards, like instantly we're talking about like a million different things about it. And that's how my wife and I met. When we first met, that was like one of the first things that came up, like, oh, you snowboard? Oh, I snowboard. And then, you know, we started talking about snowboarding. And that was a big thing that I think initially drew us together. So yeah, so snowboarding can be a big part of a lot of parts of life.
I didn't know anything about the snowboard world, and it just seemed to be a little scary for me to watch, but I've learned that it's just this massive community of just love and help and support, and it started right here for us with just the parents, that anything you need, there's someone you can ask, anything you need, there's someone that has it. Buy, borrow, loan. Half the time somebody loans your board and they say just keep it, or keep it for the season, or give it to the next kid, and it just keeps going. But it's just this sense of love and community and support. You're not on your own in this sport, even if you don't snowboard.
As an adult, we don't like not being good at things. That's just my opinion, is that like recently I tried something new, cross-country skiing, and I was so bad at it. And I was like, I don't like this. Like, I don't like cross-country skiing. I don't want to do it again. But it's because I wasn't good at it. So I think that if you can kind of like push that into the back of your brain as an adult and say like, okay, like I'm probably not going to be a professional my first day out, but give it a try. Like you will learn, and you just might like it better than skiing.
Snowboarding is something both our children latched onto at an early age. It gave them an outlet for themselves athletically. It gave them an outlet to be engaged. And it wasn't just in the season, in the fringe season as well. It taught them that it does take a little bit of hard work to be good. You can have some natural gifted talent, but then as you want to progress, you've got to work. It has taught them that you can't always be the best at what you do, and that's okay. A little bit of humility goes a long way in life. It's given them a forever skill. I envision both my children snowboarding until the day they can't get on the lift anymore, and it's a gift. It's given them highs and lows. It's rewarded them. It's made them laugh. It's expanded their friends. It's given them purpose. It's a life thing, and it's hopefully something they're going to take on with them and instill back on their families and friends.
I practice and practice, and I try to learn new tricks for my next competition, and I keep doing it. And one time my coach said that if I land it 3 times in a row, it's now in the bag and I got it. So I try to do that with my friends, and then I'm ready for the next competition.
It's totally an addiction. It brings me so much joy, and it's like anything that may be like going on in your head that's like maybe not so good, it's like once you get on the snowboard, it's like whatever's in your mind is just completely out and you're just like so focused on what you're doing and just so happy to be outside. It's just so nice.
All right, everybody, that concludes our 2025 Junior Nationals Bank Slalom. It's been so much fun to be here today. That concludes the 2025 Junior Nationals at Horseshoe Valley Resort. It's been such a pleasure to bring you these streams and to get to see so many great athletes perform out there, and we'll see you back again next year. Just a couple of thanks to Canada Snowboard and Sport Canada, as well as the Government of Ontario. Without their support, we would not be able to host this level of event in Ontario. Our sponsors, Corbett Ski and Snowboard and King Snow, as well as our partnership with Arena Snow Parks, who created these incredible courses for these athletes. We're exceptionally grateful to Horseshoe Valley Resort for their ongoing commitment to the snow sports community. My name is Jay Ferguson. I am with Ontario Snowboard, and we have had such a great time here over the last 10 days. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you next year.